Anything good? Nothing to report?
Nope, nothing. Pretty slow day so far.
Bummer. Hopefully we'll see some action soon. Tired of just waiting around.
You and me both.
Hello, good evening, Twin Minds here. We are back at the game that no one asked for, no one seems to want anymore, but I'm still enjoying it, and I did have to set it aside for Spooky Week, or Spooky Month, so I gotta get back to it and finish it at some point. We are gonna focus on actually progressing tonight, as little side questing as I can possibly manage, because I'm pretty sure no one wants to see this thing streamed anymore, but I would like to at least finish it on stream, and then I can do all the side questing and whatnot I want on my off time. So I'm gonna do that. I'm on Voli Alpha because I was working on all the side questing on the Cyberpunk City when I got a message that I need to go attend Sarah's funeral, and it's a timed event. So I kind of had to stop playing and doing the side questing, or I was going to miss that. So we need to go do that first before anything else. Nope, not that button. Also, this is the first time I've played in like 3 weeks, so I'm probably not going to hit any of the buttons correctly until I get the hang of it again. But we gotta go to Lodge, and we gotta go to Sarah's funeral, so we're, you know, starting off the night on a bit of a downer. But we'll see. Let's put that away. We don't need big old sniper rifle to go to Sarah's funeral. also, I haven't been able to do any companioning with Andreja because she's got a thing that she is demanding to talk to me about, you know, that whole pending wedding thing. And I haven't been able to talk to her about it, which means I haven't been able to ask her to join me as a companion after finishing off with Barrett's last missions. So I've been flying solo. I also can't seem to get the robot to join me anymore. I was gonna have him join me because it's a relatively safe choice, no story content behind that one. But he wouldn't join me anymore. I'm not entirely sure why.
I am told these types of gatherings.
Oh, shut up. Oh, wrong button. Shut up. Wrong button. Oh god, run away.
Or a
Shush.
sad.
Shush. Basco, leave me alone.
I thought I would quote something that gave me comfort.
Basco made me miss the
A
first
long
part of the
time
funeral
ago.
already.
Is God real? The more proper question would be, is reality divine? Existence itself is a mystery which yearns to be uncovered. What is goodness but a comparison to the good? What is existence but a participation in being? For where the diversity of the universe inspires awe and wonder, it exists only in
And Andreja's over there looking at me with the sad puppy dog eyes.
Track.
Jeez, lady. Making me feel badder than I already do. Let's see. This button. This button. There we go.
to a simplicity
Here, I'll go stand by you so you can
so
stop giving me those
pure
puppy dog eyes from a
that
distance.
it
Okay,
may
now you're doing it
only
from
be understood
from close.
as
Okay.
primordial and even
What's with the puppy dog eyes?
divine. Our essence is what was imagined by its
Hi.
mind. But what we consider imagining and what we consider mind are in fact so far beyond our understanding that even these metaphors are like the tiny white caps on a massive surging sea. There's more, but those are the parts that speak to me the most. Thank you.
Thanks,
That's
Mateo.
really
I
thoughtful, Mateo.
don't know what you're talking about, but that's okay.
Thank you.
Hi, Drix.
Does anyone else want to say anything?
Oh, I get to say a few words now? Okay. Oh, you're still staring at me. Okay, hi. How are you today? Lovely weather we're having. Okay. Rip Sarah. Doesn't look like her. Doesn't look like her at all. I guess I am saying a few words. Hi. I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry. We're not going to voice any of this because our main character is silent, and we are not going to be able to look at everyone while doing this because I was forced to look down at the podium to start the conversation. All right. So, as far as poignant moments in the story goes, this one was not very well done, unfortunately. She was good peeps. I could have saved her. I am sad. I'm gonna miss her.
Thank you. If anyone else wants to say something.
Anyone else gonna jump up? No? I can talk to the easel. Alright, we're gonna talk to everyone because the thing he says I should.
I hope this is all okay. Between fixing things up and sending out messengers and getting all the paperwork done. It's not much.
You did all that when?
I haven't really been sleeping much. I'm not having the best dreams right now.
No. It's fine, thank you.
Good. Good. Sorry, if I talk any longer, I'm gonna start crying. Could you excuse me?
No problem.
I don't often speak
Well,
about
hi.
what I believe in. It seems so redundant with how I live. But death is one of those occasions where it's hard not to look inward.
Howdy,
Our
Sniper.
friend is gone.
And yes, the robot should say something.
There's no afterlife or second meetings. No God in heaven that is curating a perfect ending for them. So it's up to us. We are what lives on. If the pain of loss inspires us to greater action, then that is the good that comes from all this. Humanity is what truly creates our world. We are the ones that judge things to be good or evil, joyful or mournful. Let us take responsibility for it. Let us remember what we have lost.
Walter, are you part of the House of Enlightenment? I never knew that.
Yes, well, I like to keep some things private.
You all might not like thinking about this, but when we die, everything about us breaks down, decomposes, gets eaten up by insects and microbes. Or due to the lack of a biosphere, we are simply carried away by space and time until we sizzle in a distant sun's corona or get pulled in some gravitational field and coalesce with other debris. Not comforting, huh? But I disagree. Do you know what I find uncomfortable? The thought that after I die, the universe is just going to stand still forever. Could you imagine? The fact is that the universe goes on, that life goes on, that things do not just sit still. That right there is the comfort that I need. Yeah, we die. And some people go way before they should. But the universe doesn't care. Not because it's evil, but because it's infinite, ever expanding. And who wouldn't want to be a part of infinity? Even if it's just for a short while. Listen, we don't worry about ourselves before we were born, do we? Of course not. We emerge from the universe as we return to it. And for one beautiful moment, we are here together.
Yes, that certainly was an interesting perspective, Barrett.
I don't believe we've met. Ajay Mamasa, former chair of Constellation. I wish the circumstances of my visit were better. Unfortunately, this isn't the first Constellation funeral I've been to. After 35 years, you say goodbye to a lot of friends. I hope you don't mind me saying, but I feel numb just thinking about it. Sarah meant the world to me. She was the future. I knew it as soon as I met her. Yes. She could make me so angry, or so happy. We used to joke that we were married. I bet relationships in Constellation are still messy, aren't they? I'm more of a family than an organization. All the former lines bleed together. It makes the losses sting harder. But I hope it means the time you had together was all the more important. That's how I like to think of it anyway. Exactly the same as when you met her, I bet. Determined. Fearless. With just a small hint of delight on her face when she knew she was winning, eh? My only problem as a mentor was trying to convince her to be more tactful. Those old military instincts would always get her in trouble. Oh, yes. I was Sebastian Banks's protege, if that gives you any idea of how long I was part of our little club. Knew him, argued with him, tried to carry on his memory when he vanished. Sebastian will be back tomorrow, we always used to say. It reminded us that he was still here, in the bones of this old building.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I know. She said that to me like 1,000 times. It's just that I feel so alone. With Sarah, it was like starting a family again. The way she'd smile at me reminded me of my mom. I missed that so much. Now she's gone, and I have to start over, like I did before. It's not the same. Sarah was starting to feel well, like she was my new mom. I really don't want to go through this again. It's too hard. I can't believe Sarah's gone. It's not fair. Really? You mean it? I would love for that to be true. Hey, thanks for talking to me. I'm actually feeling a little better knowing that you care how I feel. Maybe I'm not so alone after all.
It almost feels wrong to be grieving. Selfish. No amount of tears will bring the dead back. It's just easier to feel guilty, if you'll excuse me.
You know, what you're feeling right now is a chemical reaction whose evolutionary goal is promoting social cohesion. Never seems to work for me. No matter how many times I do this, I feel less attached, not more. I don't remember. I'm sure I did. I thought when the funeral was over, when everyone went home that night, that it was over. Turns out, sometimes you need more than that. They're always hard. Always. And it's okay to sob, to yell, to go to sleep, do whatever it takes. As long as your grief doesn't cause more grief for yourself or anybody else, It's okay. Well, look at us. Two lone wolves howling at the moon on the same night. You know, if there's one piece of advice I can actually give you, it's that lost loved ones have a way of coming back to you. One day you'll be sweeping out some old shelf or digging through a desk, and there it'll be. Some old paperweight of theirs, or a piece of jewelry they gave you, half jokingly. Theoretically, of course. Nope, not even for a moment. Funerals are there to remind survivors that they aren't alone. The dead have already finished their part in our story. You're welcome.
Chat for a bit? Normally, I hate talking to people at funerals, but, well. You don't believe in the afterlife, do you? I mean, this might be the worst time to bring it up, but... Yes. Won't we all? Well, I've taken up enough of your time.
I am told these types of gatherings are a sad occasion. That assumption appears to be correct. No, I don't. I'm programmed to analyze sensory and biometric data, so I can cross-reference. But I do not feel, as you seem to imply. I appreciate you verifying my analysis, although I am certain my thanks will do little to improve your current psychological trauma. If you would like, though, I can add some consoling language to my programming. It will take some time to adapt, but it will be okay. How was that? I will note that feedback for later.
Hi. So many people here. So many people saying goodbye. Is this supposed to make everything okay? Make everyone feel better? It's just... it doesn't change anything, does it? Every day is going to be worse now. Don't you get that? I want to be alone for a while, okay?
Is it quieter in the lodge, or is it just me? Death is a bastard. Comes for us all. You know, there's an old Aquila story about two pioneers who got lost trying to find a new frontier to settle. One of them takes ill. Clear he's not gonna make it, he turns to his partner and says, "Don't bury me. Let the ground take what it's due. I'd rather be a ghost chasing after you than walk through the pearly gates knowing an eternity of loneliness until you get there." Sad story, huh? There isn't? You travel around so much, it gets hard to remember what goes where. Suffice to say, it's a story somewhere, and it seems appropriate. Anyway, you look after yourself. When the time's right, I'd appreciate a chat.
Drink? Pour one out to the blackest sea? Two old friends. May their ghosts go past the edges of space, to the great beyond. I...
Everyone is in mourning. I understand, but I cannot quite share in their emotion. After the shock of what happened faded, I have felt nothing else. Just a numbness. I have seen death. I have lost people I considered close. But this is... it is not the same. I cannot explain why. I am not sure I am making sense. Thank you. If you are free soon, could we talk?
I'm watching you, newcomer.
Now, the question is, how long has my mic been muted? Legally Blind Gamer, I appreciate the follow. Thank you very much. Longest played game, Fallout New Vegas. A full 500 hours. Very nice. So I was truly playing the silent protagonist part in that story right there. Oh, jeez. Alright. How's my inventory looking? It's not terrible. This button. Nope. This button. This button. There we go. Hello. Hello. I got a raid. True 420. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How's everyone doing tonight? We're in the middle of a very sad funeral. I know. I feel so bad for Cora. I feel so bad for her. I told her I'd be her new mom. And that seemed to make her feel a little bit better. Okay. We are done with the funeral. Sad moments in gaming history. that could have been more sad. They could have made it a little bit more poignant. They could have added some somber music in the background. They should, you know, really the silent protagonist thing is really what gets me, because you don't have that impact. I've been trying to read it off, but of course I'm not trying to put too much emotion into it. So there's that. But still, all right. So we have left. That mission is done. I need to now go talk to Andresia and see.
I have something for you.
Hello, gentlemen.
Dusty, I want to hear one of my stories.
Give me the
do you
thing.
have one to tell me? Oh, right. Almost forgot about it. This is for you.
Alien pie. Lovely.
It is pleasing to speak with you.
Speaking of
Before I
speaking to
say anything else, I wanted to thank you for giving me time.
You're
when
welcome.
I first came here, I never expected that I would meet you or feel this way about you. That we would end up here together. I know that you told me you were not going anywhere, but I still worried, if only a little, that my asking for time to think would be a problem. There is no precedent for any of this. A romantic relationship not within the bounds of Barun culture, I mean. I wanted to attempt to honor that culture nonetheless.
Do you mean how it handled the death of Sarah, or just the funeral? Because both mean, very mean, yes. If it's important to you, it's important to me, Andresia.
I know, and I love you for that. The point I am trying to get to is that I believe I have an idea. A way I can demonstrate my commitment to you.
Yeah, Death of Sarah was really rough. Now, I don't know how the other choice affects it. I chose to stay and defend Lodge and have a run and gun fight with the alien. Oh, True 420, right in the channel again. Hello, hi, welcome. I don't know what the other option would have done, where you go to the eye and defend the eye. I suspect she might have died anyway, but I don't know for sure. Or we might have lost someone else, like Barrett, for example. Great, you pick out a dress, I'll hire a DJ.
Please, do go on.
Who's going to oversee this, whatever it is?
I do not think we need someone to tell us what we already know about ourselves. I do not think some official makes what we have any more real.
Test successful, Sparkle. Thank you. Do we need a guest list?
No, I do not think we do.
Well then, I'm on board.
I was hoping that would be your response. This is between you and me, and no one else.
And not the snake.
You know who I am. I do not need to explain myself to you as I would to others. They might not understand, and I do not want that distraction. I want to be able to focus on us. So, as soon as
we are
ready,
eloping.
I want us to travel together to the second planet in the Shosa system. There's something we need to do there. I have things I wish to discuss.
You have more things
with
you wish to discuss.
When you have time.
Yes, ma'am.
I need you to know how much it means that you came for me. There
Yes.
is no way to properly thank you or to repay you for what you have done. I quite literally owe you my life.
I think that really answers the question, Legally Blind. But if you feel like clarifying, it sounds very much like if we chose the other path, then Andresia would have died. They are mostly intentional, Scooby, because I do like the game having more focus. And I try not to talk over anything happening anyway. But let me know if it becomes a serious problem. True 420, doing good. How are you doing? I am very glad that I was able to get to you in time.
As am I. As grateful as I am, it is hard to feel that my life does not come at too great a cost.
You deserve life too.
Thank you. I shall try to remember that.
I couldn't just let them die.
I know. We all know. Sarah's loss is a huge blow to Constellation. And to each of us personally. But it could have been so much worse if you had not acted.
None of these options are really great. None of these options are really speaking to me. I'm kind of gonna make them pay though.
I know you are grieving. We all are. But revenge should not be our primary motivation. Sarah's priority was always Constellation. She would not want us lashing out in revenge. She would want us to get to the bottom of all this. We will press on. We will continue our search, and we will learn what these Starborn are trying to keep from us. Now we truly know the stakes are too high to do anything else.
Maybe a little revenge? Please? I'm enjoying Starfield. I put it aside for a few weeks for the spooky season, so this is my first time getting back to it in like 3 weeks or so. I'm trying desperately to finish it so that I can basically just do my own side questing off stream. I got stopped by a timed quest, or else I would have continued it throughout spooky season in my off time. Oh, that's evil. I mean, not shocking, but that's evil. So, Legally Blind says, looks at the two people that you have the highest affinity with and puts one on the eye and one at the lodge. But at least it kind of tells you... Well, hold on, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think if it tells you who is where. I don't recall. I don't recall if it told you who is where to say which one you would save. Like if you knew which one you were actively trying to save. I don't recall that or not. Because I remember on the eye was Barrett, Vlad, Sam, and Sarah. Which was like a majority of the important characters. And then Andreja, Noel, Mateo, and Walter were all at the lodge. So most of the side characters. But I don't remember for sure. My thought process on that was all of the important characters who are also incredibly adept at combat are on the eye, so they had the greatest chance of survival. So I was going to stay at the lodge to help protect the people who are not exactly combat savvy, which felt like the right choice, to me at least. But it kind of felt like it was going to be a forced death one way or the other. Howdy, Kinder. Welcome. It does not tell you. Oh no. Well, then I'm kind of glad that it worked out in, I guess, as much my favor as it possibly could have. Because I was on track to marry Andreja, and I had already friend-zoned Sarah. So, you know, if I had lost Andreja, I would have been kind of sad. Kind of more sad. I have found in this game, as much as I'm enjoying the game itself, I'm finding it's harder for me personally to get emotionally invested in any of the characters, and I don't know exactly why that is. I know the silent protagonist part is a small part of that, because you don't get your own character's feedback in the process, and I totally get why they did that. In like Cyberpunk, you've got the male and the female V, and they have fully voiced lines and everything, so it's easier to have like a more fleshed out dialogue and conversation to kind of move the mood along. But yeah. Oh, are you following me now? Are you?
Eager to help, if I can.
We are following now. Oh. Do you have anything shiny for me?
Indeed I do. All yours.
Hey, $500. Did I leave anything in your pockets?
Need to see what I'm carrying?
I did not leave anything in your pockets. She's got a laser shotgun and a handful of grenades. This
Whatever
is good.
you give me, yes?
Oh, I did
that
the
is
same
the
button.
deal.
Whoops. Back.
Take care of yourself.
Back. Okay. Alright. Although I do realize the game does need to come down a little bit. I think you were right, Scooby. I forgot that I had raised up the game desktop audio a little bit because we had a couple quiet games during spooky seasons. Oh, right, thanks. Okay, so now that that funeral is over and that we have done at least what Andrasia has been pending for me, the next step is to do missions, specifically story missions to progress the thing. We'll get married to Andrasia at some point or another. I don't know if I want to do that tonight or if we'll do that next time or whatever. I don't know how much story is left, but we'll figure it out. I guess we're going this way. Just doing a little bit of zooping through the city. Oh. I thought I was supposed to be talking to him, like, at his church. Oh. This is his church. Alright. Hi, bud. How you doing?
Aquilus has helped me through some tough times lately.
Who are you? Hello.
Keeper Aquilus?
Oh.
Can we have a
Mateo?
moment?
Where'd you come
Oh,
from?
Mateo. It's been too long. How are your parents? Your mother still struggling with that azalea garden?
No, she figured that out a while ago. Had to adjust the pH levels in the soil. But, Keeper, I didn't come to catch up.
Right?
Oh.
Mateo.
Well, what's
Okay.
on both your minds?
I forgot Mateo had recommended that we go talk to Keeper Aquilus. So this is me not getting back to the story in over a month. The Starborn have attacked, killed Sarah. They have proven themselves to be a pain in the butt. We have started to acquire superpowers as the main character, and we have heard of something called Unity, as mentioned by the Starborn people as they were talking to us, and Mateo recommended that we talk to this guy. Go for it, Mateo.
Keeper, we were hoping to talk to you about Unity.
You want to subject your friend here to one of our talks, Mateo? The future of humanity is always a long discussion.
No, that's not exactly what I meant. Keeper, when you talk about Unity, well, does it mean anything else? Something secret?
Perhaps you should talk about this inside.
That's ominous. Nice. Starfield roleplay server. I haven't done anything like that in a long time. Oh. Shiny. Nope. This button. There we go. Maybe I'll get one of their hats. Also, hi, kinder. Oh, inside here. Okay. You?
Some folks never feel it. That connection to the universe you only get from grab jumping. Honestly, I wish I could show them what they're missing.
You could. Open a travel agency. A tourist thing. Taxi service. Literally could do that as your job, bud. Alright, this is lovely.
Now that we have a little privacy, why don't you tell me exactly what it is that brought you two here?
Spill all of your religious secrets, sir. Okay, so let's see. All of these are important things to discuss, but let's start at the beginning. Artifacts.
They're like nothing we've ever seen, Keeper. Gravitational distortion, sub-audio harmonic sequencing, unidentifiable energy fluctuations.
I caught half of that. So, these things are unusual? Even in your experience? There have always been mysteries that seem to defy our understanding of the universe. Beyond rational thought. We enter life as an act of someone else's faith in us. There's no way of knowing who we will become, and yet the risk is made anyway. So you've pushed into the unknown, not knowing where it would take you. And it's brought you here.
Somehow, yes. Sure. I'm gonna go along. I'm trying to be nice to Mateo. I don't have any religious inclinations myself, but it could be some information.
I think I can. If you're willing to find your way in the dark for a bit longer, I can give you a path to discovering its meaning. There's an old story, far older than the Sanctum Universum, of someone who walked the settled systems and saw every corner of it. This pilgrim claimed he found the true meaning of unity. I always thought of it as just a parable for trying to bring humanity together, but maybe it's more.
If you're telling me I need to go explore every star system before I get information, I'll do it. I won't be happy about it, but I'll do it. Interesting to know, kinder. Good for him, I guess. Tell me the story. Maybe this pilgrim was a starborn?
I'm not sure if he was. But if what you're looking for is connected, then anything might be possible.
Also, Trix, are you still here? Tell me the story, man.
In my story, the pilgrim met the founders of the House of Enlightenment and the enigmatic cult of the Varun. And he gave them each a part of the truth.
A part of
Then
the truth.
he goes to his final resting place to live out the rest of his days in contemplation of infinitum addendum, his addition or contribution to the infinite. But what if the story isn't a metaphor, but a code, a way of finding the pilgrim again, or at least his grave?
I'll be a little bit curious that an entire religious organization hasn't attempted to seek out that grave up until this point. But, you know, whatevs. Smooth Agent, hello, hi, welcome. That is a very odd, very specific saying, sir. So, the House of Enlightenment and Varun have the other parts of this story, perhaps. Very specific, though.
Yes, something must be there. I just can't put my finger on it. Maybe the answer will become clear when we have more. The House of Enlightenment and Varun have versions of this story.
I will talk to them then. Wait, why are you sending me?
Because I wasn't looking to find unity in the same sense you are. A fresh set of eyes might reveal the truth.
Fair. Fine.
The enlightened work out of the well here in New Atlantis, helping the poorest citizens find a better life for themselves. Varun worshippers are more enigmatic, but there is a lone zealot that was captured recently for attacking UC ships. I visited her a couple of times. Hopefully she'll be willing to talk to you as well.
I'll stay here with the Keeper. We need to catch up. And I wouldn't mind asking him a few more questions.
You do you, Mateo. Do your research. So, I do find it interesting that Andreja is not a source of this possible information, seeing as she is a member of Varun. Maybe it's only the Zealots that have that type of info. I'm not entirely sure. Let us go. I was kind of hoping Trix was still here so I could do the kitty treat time. Okay, so, our current goals are talking to the Varun prisoner or House of Enlightenment. Let's start with the House of Enlightenment. And that's at the well, which is, I don't know, somewhere. This is not... that's fine. They'll all lead to the well at some point or another.
Aren't you the one I saw running away from that crazy guy? Man, New Atlantis gets weirder by the day.
That was indeed me. You know, the terrorist attack. Yeah, that was me. Oh, I can't go through that way because it's windowed. Almost forgot how to navigate this place. Oh god.
The UC Vanguard has claimed a decisive victory against the...
Okay, so I have seen this building many times, and I've never bothered walking in.
They like to use old, abandoned facilities as outposts. You know, the ones left over from the colony war.
So, hi, hello. Lovely place you have here.
Welcome to the House of Enlightenment. If it's about the financial or food assistance programs, we are backlogged. Don't worry, we're doing everything we can. Oh, we're not. Sorry. Can I help you?
No, sir, I'm not one of your usual clientele. Keeper Aquila sent me. Need to talk about the Pilgrim.
We understand that you are busy, but this might be important. Anything you could tell us would be helpful.
Listen, I've talked about this with him a ton of times, and there's no record of a Unity Pilgrim. But since you both insist, our early records are mostly administrative. Humanitarian projects, group counseling notes, charity expenditures. But there is a series of exchanges the founding members recorded in a lot of detail. It's the closest thing I have to what Aquilus is describing.
Lay it on me. Wait, you two have talked before about this?
Yeah, I mean, he's always going on about trying to bring people of all beliefs together. Really wants there to be some shared story or origin. Look, I like the Keeper, but belief is the problem, okay? We don't need a shared narrative or theology. We need to help each other in practical terms.
If you're gonna recite meeting notes at me, I want coffee and donuts. You know, do it.
We might actually have some, but anyway.
No.
A man walks into the first House of Enlightenment. The founding members just call him the Drifter. So they think he's a charity case at first, but no. The Drifter asks them a bunch of questions. If your philosophy is built on an individual's own morality, what about the second person? That second person might disagree. Isn't the problem of two what you're really looking for? And the founders respond, each individual must understand how the second person lifts them up. All of human effort is a story of cooperation pushing us forward. And it kind of goes on like that. He comes back every week for a year. Same conversation every time. Second person this, the problem of two that.
Some of the dialogue in this, though, is hilarious. I also hate the number 2 with a fiery passion. What do they mean? Each individual must understand how the second person lifts them up.
It's part of our core principles. There's no God pushing us to do good for some eternal reward. We have to help each other because we choose to. If no one takes responsibility for making the settled systems better, then we're just leaving it to the tyrants to bully the rest of us.
Okay. So far, I'm behind on their beliefs. I'm good. Maybe hidden message?
Honestly, I think the founding members made it all up. There was a little more hesitation being openly atheist in the early days. I think they were experimenting with writing their own scripture. Fortunately, that got abandoned pretty quick. After the records of the Drifter end, you never see anything like it again.
Curious. Tell me what you know of Unity.
Besides what the Keeper would say about it? Sounds like a gathering point, or a center. Or, in mathematics, it would mean one, like the one, the first at the beginning.
Curious. I shall think on what you have said, sir.
Always happy to help. If you'll excuse me, I've got a lot of aid efforts to coordinate.
And I would happily give you money to help in your aid efforts, but the game won't let me. So, you're on your own. Good luck to you. What's done here? The fighting may have ended, but many hearts are still waging war. Our colony war support group? Ah, so this is their support group center. Good. With direct access into a flooded tunnel. Alright. Okay. Sure. Seems a little unsanitary, but you know, whatever. Book stuff. Return book to Tommy. Yes, do that. Alright. So, we've talked to him. Now we need to go talk to the Varun Zealot who's in prison.
Keep up the good work, mate.
Thanks.
You look like
How are
you
you
need
doing?
something, yeah?
Oh, no, okay.
It's dangerous out there. Watch your back.
So previously, she's the one who told me about the bounty hunter process in general. And she just saw me running by and she's like, hey, you've done a good job bounty hunting. And I'm like, thanks. We need to go to Spaceport. Which then takes us directly to jail. Or close to it. Oh, I'm going to check on the bar lady. I know I said no side questing, but she's right here. So previously, the lady at the bar has a brand new drink.
You paid good money to hire me, but
And
all I'm doing is sitting around.
she had me go talk to Walter to see if Walter would be interested in funding her little escapade.
Hope life is treating you well. Good to see you again. Can I get you something?
How's the new well-funded business?
You ever have one of those days where it feels like nothing is going right?
Now what?
I am having one of those lives.
Oh.
And before you say anything, I am fully aware how shockingly overdramatic that actually is.
Alright.
I'm just tired of setbacks.
So far, it seems to have worked out well.
I know. I'm overreacting. It's just I'm so close to seeing this through, and I've wanted it for so long. And why can't I just get what I want without problems? Look what this is doing to me.
Life doesn't work that way.
I'm whining. I have never, ever been a whiner. All right. Hyperbole aside, here's the situation. My friend Sasha, who you may or may not have seen hanging around, was working on securing a location for us to set up production on a larger scale.
Sounds good so far.
She was looking into a place down in the well, and I haven't
Less good.
seen her. I don't want to say I'm worried, but I'm a little worried. I can't really get away from the bar here. Would you mind checking up on her? I'm sure everything is fine. It would put me at ease, if nothing else.
Absolutely. Why was she down in the well?
You've been around the city. You see how fancy and flashy things are. That comes with an equally flashy price tag. Space down in the well is cheaper. A lot cheaper. Much more within our means. At least for now. Sasha said she'd heard about a space that had recently been vacated and was going to see if it fit our needs.
Alright. Then I will absolutely go find her.
Oh, thanks. One less thing to worry about, you know? I'm sure it's fine. Right? It's fine.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
You might want to look for her at Kay's place. Either she's there or Kay and Teresa will know where to find her. And thanks.
Here I am, saving your business once again.
Gunner seat.
Saving your business once again. Alright.
Okay. Hello.
Hi. Okay, so we'll do the well thing to go find her person as soon as I'm done talking to the person in here. It's funny because I did actually see them in here before, but they gave me the cold shoulder, so I figured...
Cool spacesuit.
Thanks. I figured that they were important for later. And indeed, it is now later. What the hell was that? It got bumped around a little bit. Okay. You. Hi. How you doing?
A visitor? I have all the company I need.
That is the single loneliest statement I have ever heard.
Jokes. You come to hear about Varun. Like the guards. Like the Keeper.
You misunderstand. The Great Serpent is with House Varun, always. Thus one can never be lonely.
Oh, got it.
The Great Serpent waits in the shadows. He will entwine the universe, and all but the faithful will be made as dust.
Right.
That
the snake
is
god.
the truth.
Right.
No more. No less.
I shall not get into it. I need to know about Pilgrim.
If the Keeper has been to see you, perhaps he has mentioned it?
Yes, I have spoken to your Keeper about this. I will tell you what I told him, and then you will leave me.
Yes, ma'am.
Jinan Varun meets the unbeliever. He gives false prophecy to Jinan. But such is Jinan's conviction in the Great Serpent, he does not hesitate. He cuts the unbeliever down. But the unbeliever returns. Jinan realizes the Great Serpent is testing him, and he will not be found wanting. 4 times they fight. Over 120 rotations of the planet they are on. Remember these 4 battles, Jinan, the unbeliever says. Remember these 120 rotations. But Jinan knows this is blasphemy, and delivers the killing blow. That is all.
That was odd. Very odd. I need to know about Unity.
I have heard of no such thing. If it exists, it is a shadow that the Great Serpent casts to deceive the faithless.
Is there anything that you do that's not killing?
Strength and conviction show your worthiness to the Great Serpent. The kill is not as important as showing there is no doubt. I grow tired of speaking. Leave me.
With great pleasure. I do... Oh, she's over here. I do have a problem with that Great Serpent religion. Just saying, Andreja. I have a problem with it.
Nice suit.
Alright, so let's go down to the well, see if we can find the missing lady, see if we can get the business venture back on track. I've got $10,000 into that thing. I would like it to be successful.
New Atlantis puts on a wonderful show of security, doesn't it?
Alright, Kay's place, Kay's place.
Everyone's welcome, so long as you keep your hands to yourself.
Kay.
Understand?
It's nice
Right,
to see her
Kay won't talk.
face around
Teresa.
here.
No shortage
You
of hungry
stop
mouths
in
to feed
whenever
around here.
you'd like.
Keeps us on our toes. Nothing else?
Shush. Looking for Sasha.
Sasha? No. Haven't seen her in a little while now. Pretty sure she's still in med bay. And if she's not, she's gonna be off her feet for a while, from what I hear.
What happened?
Poor girl. I don't expect we'll be seeing her here for some time.
What happened? She gonna be okay?
I assume so. Certainly haven't heard otherwise. She's a strong one. I'm sure she'll bounce back.
Bounce back from what?
Couldn't say. Heard she was pretty tight-lipped about what happened to her.
I see. Thanks.
Oh, sure thing. If you see her, tell her I hope she's better soon. And that she's welcome back for dinner anytime.
Absolutely. I'll tell her you said hi. medbay.
I've got limited resources. I try not to.
You. Gonna
And
follow that
anyone
mission.
away just because they're light on credits.
I'd like to say you should see the other guy, but
But no. Subtle art of not giving a fuck. I don't know. It may never be too early to read such a book. Alright,
I'd
Sasha.
like to say you should see the other guy, but
You gonna keep saying the same line? Okay, Sasha, hi. How are you?
Hey, if you're here because I owe somebody, let him know I'm still good for the credits. I'll pay it back as soon as I'm out of here. Meantime, afraid I can't help you too much. Doc says I need to rest a bit longer.
So you're sleeping in the lobby? Alright, cool. You owe a lot of people money?
I don't know. Depends on what you consider a lot. Probably more than I should, to be honest. You here on somebody's behalf, or what?
Nissa sent me.
Oh, that's so nice of her. You must be the one who's been helping her with this whole supernova project, huh?
Indeed.
She's gonna feel guilty about this. Not her fault, but she'll feel it just the same. The job I was doing for her is what landed me here.
So what happened?
Got in over my head. Just a little bit. But usually I can make it work.
I didn't know you were working for her.
You're not her only friend, you know. I've been doing odd jobs for her for a good long while now. That's all this was supposed to be. She's all starry-eyed over this supernova business. I get it. Real great opportunity for her and all. I'm glad. She needs space to make the stuff. I heard talk that Sub-12 had recently been vacated. Thought it might be what she needed, so I went to check it out. Turns out I wasn't the only one who'd heard about it, and I wasn't the first to get there. Real slimeball, calls himself Fizz. Can you believe someone picked that as a nickname? He's trying to squat on the place.
Gross. What's he doing there?
I don't know. What do lowlives usually do? Selling drugs, causing trouble. You know how it goes.
Also, her voice sounds familiar. I think she does multiple voices for NPCs in this. Sounds like you're not a fan of this guy.
No, not really. I've had run-ins with him before, so we had some words. I may have said some things about his mother. Then him and his goons jumped me.
Is that common knowledge? I have never heard of such a thing.
It wasn't my brightest moment, clearly.
Andresia, what are you talking about?
But look, Sub-12 is the place Nissa needs. And that means someone needs to get Fizz and his goons out of there.
On it.
I wasn't able to do it, but maybe you can. It'd be nice to give Nissa some good news.
Any advice?
He's got at least 2 chumps with him as backup, so he's feeling pretty sure of himself. But at the end of the day, he's a coward at heart. If you lean on him hard enough, bet he'd snap and no one would have to get hurt.
Oh. So no bullets. Got it. Don't worry about it.
That'd be great, if you can manage it. Well, hope you have better luck than I did.
No bullets, you say. Alright, fine. Where's the Sub-12 you speak of? Oh, it's me. Sub-12. Sub-12 means down. This looks like this might be a Sub-12.
Big score, and I'm gone.
God, what happened to your face?
All of them. One big score, and I'm gone.
Everything's going my way. So, what do we do
Oh,
now?
there's a few of them here. Okay.
I don't know. We could set stuff on fire, I guess.
We don't want security poking their noses down here.
Okay, so maybe we do the fire later.
Oh my god.
Fizz, you've got some lovely people working for you. Now, the normal way I would handle this is like a so.
Hey, be careful not to point that thing at
But
me.
feel like
One down.
I feel like I should at least attempt to hash it out. If things go sideways and I have to murder a dude, then so be it. But probably should at least try to have words first.
Not sure if those values are
But just in case. Sure, shotgun. You guys don't seem very tough.
I don't know. We could set stuff on fire.
Whatever
So,
you're here
Fizz,
for, we're
hi.
out. Won't get more supply for a few days, so get your fix somewhere else.
What you doing down here?
Oh, us. It's this fun little thing called none of your goddamn business.
Not the answer I was looking for. You gotta find somewhere else to do none of your goddamn business.
What? And who the hell are you?
Friend of Sasha's. And I have several large guns.
You got some really lousy friends. She might as well have asked you to jump off mast. You're gonna end up in the same shape.
You need to GTFO.
That ain't gonna happen.
But you really should.
I think we could work something out. Fine, we'll go. This place sucked anyway.
Oh.
You can have it.
Damn
We
it.
don't want security poking their noses down here.
Damn it. I need to read those discussions more. Because I still don't really like the persuasion mechanic. So I don't tend to read them when I click the buttons, because they tend to be very hardly relevant to the actual conversation. But I didn't read the one that said I was just handing him money to piss off. I don't really want to hand him money to piss off because he's not worth it.
Hey there. I do feel it.
Bullets are so much cheaper. But let's get a little quick save right a little bit closer. Quick save. Quick save. Quick save. Hello. There it goes. Okay.
So, what do we do
So,
now?
but
Whatever
hi.
you're here for.
Shush.
Oh, us. It's this fun little thing.
Okay.
You got some really lousy.
So get out.
That ain't gonna.
So my options currently are 3 turns to persuade him 4 points. And I can either pay him money or pay him money on hard mode. Security's gonna throw you out anyway.
Maybe. You weren't looking to stay forever, you know.
Oh, I can appeal to his better sense of nobility. My friend needs this location for her business. Okay.
Yeah? You think she'd be hiring?
Not lowlives who beat up her friends. Just go elsewhere.
Yeah. I mean, I guess this isn't the only spot we could hang out. Fine, we'll go. This place sucked anyway. You can have it.
I don't know. We could set stuff on fire, I guess.
We don't want security poking their noses down here.
Okay, so maybe we do the fire later.
Oh my god.
Just waiting for my moment.
Alright. So, Andreja.
What's this? Ain't we gonna...
I said let's go over.
I am kind of hungry.
Shut up and move.
Oh, are they clearing out like this moment? Oh, that's handy.
Blowing off some steam?
Oh, Andreja, your butt's in the way.
It's going down!
And once again, we are triumphant.
Oh.
Come then, meet your death.
Interesting. Hey, there he is. Was that a good enough example? I think I missed some thugs. I think I missed these 2 thugs. Hey guys, where'd you go?
Officer needs assistance!
People joke, say those maroon
Hi.
zealots worship a snake. But let me tell you, it ain't a snake.
They have a little bit of a firefight in here. Alright. Where did everybody go? Where did everybody go? Also, that was one thug. Where's the second thug? I'm sure he's dead, because he came through here and one of them was getting blasted. Yeah, I have no idea where he is. He's just gone. We'll call him a loss. We'll call that guy a loss. Otherwise, I'm fine with that decision. Shooting some thugs who like to beat people up and steal their stuff. Yep, perfectly fine with that.
Hey there, Nissa's friend. Been up to anything fun lately?
Oh, so much fun. Fizz will not be a problem anymore. What do you consider fun, though?
Seeing Fizz in a bed here next to me would be pretty fun. Mean-spirited, but fun. You got anything like that?
He won't really need a bed. We came to an understanding, though.
Wow, that's great news. Kind of sorry to hear there were no broken bones, but in the long run, it's great. Doc says I'm not quite done here yet, so you'd better take the good news to Nissa.
No
and please,
comment on the
make
bones.
sure she knows I'll get things up and running for her soon. I won't let her down.
Might need to hire a cleaning crew for the body removal. Don't ask why there are bodies to remove. I'm going this way now. This is not the right one. Did I set a good example, Smooth Agent? Hi.
Good to see you again. Can I get you something? Good to see you again. Can I get you something?
It's good to see you again. Can I get you something? Found Sasha.
Okay, and?
She's mostly alive. She'll be fine. If you're paying her, you should give her a raise.
Okay, I'll take that into consideration. I hope this means you've got some good news. So, did she find the place? Are we set?
There was a minor problem, but they've been exterminated. Sasha's got your back. She'll run things for you.
Back on her feet? It's that bad? Okay, I'll have to have a conversation with her. Nobody was supposed to be injured in this process. So this is it. I've got everything I need. Wow. Look, I know how much you've gone out of your way to help me. You didn't need to do any of this. You certainly didn't need to invest in this yourself. I appreciate that you trust me that much. I just want you to know that this is going to be a success. I've known it from the beginning, and I will be certain and share that success with you. It'll take us a little while before the credits start rolling in, but they will. And some of them will roll your way. Meantime, you're always welcome here.
Lovely.
Make sure you stop by often, okay?
Absolutely. Oh, that's...
I really love this place. Couldn't imagine living anywhere else.
That's the half of my investment right there that I just got. So now we can go do Unity.
What if we took the kids?
Oh, I'm up here now. Oh, Mateo's gone. Alright. Hey, bud.
Oh, you're back. What did you learn?
I...
Was there something hidden in their stories?
I'm
like
not
we
entirely
thought?
sure what we learned. So, we do have some information. The Enlightened story used the words second and two a lot.
Planets are often named by number. That second might mean the second planet in the system.
That's
what else did
a
you
hell of a
learn?
leap, but sure. Varun Zealot said that Jinan fought 4 times over 120 days, and they definitely liked yelling that part repeatedly.
If there really is a location the Pilgrim wanted us to find, those do sound awfully like coordinates. Was there anything else?
Do they though? 4, 120, and 2? I don't... Sure. And then infinitum.
Yes. What he added to infinity. Maybe that points to a name. If we're looking for his resting place, we'd need to know the name of the star system, wouldn't we? Let's see. We have something that could be coordinates. Something that could point to a planet in the system. But what's the name of the system? Infinitum addendum. What if we break down the parts? No systems named finite or add. That just leaves in and dumb. Well, that's certainly how I feel.
Well, at least he's taking it in stride. Nah, it's smooth agent, it's fine. Just keep blaming me. I'll take it. Indum. Yep. Indum is the name of the system. Next planet I find, I'm naming Dum Dum. What do you think?
Well, I suppose that'll make someone laugh.
Alright, Indum.
Yes, that's it. The second planet in Indum. At 4 and 120. That's where you'll find the Pilgrim's resting place.
Am I supposed to know what 4 and
from
120
there,
means?
Maybe you'll find the true meaning of unity. Before you go, you've now spoken to many different perspectives in our universe. In a way, you'll be carrying their philosophies with you on this journey. I know you're looking for a specific unity, but if you had to guess what it was, what interpretation would you give it?
Certainly not giant snake god set to destroy everything. The other two are a little bit more acceptable. Okay, so we got something sacred out there bringing everything together. Total conviction will bring us the truth. We are being tested. Or it's just a word, I'm finding it. Me personally, I'm going with the center one. I'm not praying about it. I'm just going to go find it.
And once you know, what will you do? Even the most objective scientist holds a belief that observation itself will be of benefit to humanity. You will be taking a similar part of yourself with you when you find the answer. Will that not color your perception of it?
Person's thoughts can be tested. That doesn't give me license to define unity beforehand. Yep, there we go. How is talking about the unknown supposed to help, though?
When one is lost, looking inward can help show the way.
Okay. I am not going to define it before I find it. We gotta find it first.
So you're committed to keeping yourself from seeing unity as anything other than a rational objective?
Yep.
A goal you're bound to reach?
Yep.
It is possible to seek evidence of something precisely to determine its nature and then define it.
Exactly.
Well,
science.
I won't keep you any longer. This has been fun, I have to admit. Go. Find your truth.
I'm glad you had some fun, bud. So Indum. I've been to Indum before. And I think I've been to Indum 2 before. Pretty positive. So maybe I just haven't stumbled on the thing yet. Maybe it's just gonna spawn now that I've got the mission. Who knows? But let's go do that. Actually, you know what? First, before I go do that, I'm gonna park myself right here, and I need a brief BRB. Alright, we are back. And Smooth Agent, I said you can blame me. I didn't say you could bill me for it. Your bills are your own still. I will happily add to your bills, though. Alright, so let's go to Indum. I have not 100% at Indum. Okay, that's good. I have not 100% at Indum too. Perfect. I think I did mostly a cursory exam of this system. I think I had a couple missions that had me scan individual planets, and I did not finish scanning this one. I do typically finish scanning a whole system, but I don't know why I didn't do this one. So we're doing this one. Oh, Pilgrim's Rest. I did come here for Temple Beta at some point. Alright. Let's go to Pilgrim's Rest. Let's go there. Feels like a viable place based on the name.
If you need to harvest any organic material, someone made a concerted effort to survive here. And yet it would seem it did not work out.
Alright. Well, this place is kind of neat. Let's explore. So my mission is over there. Talk with Sam. No, that's not right. That's not right. Search for clues on Unity. Okay. Fine. I'm searching for clues. And by search for clues, you mean steal everything that's not nailed down, right? Oh, control rod. Yoink. Coffee mud. Yoink. Money. Resources. Search for clues on Unity. The Pilgrim's Writing 3. Was I supposed to have 1 and 2, or are we going in reverse order here? Today, in a soft voice, my assistant asked me if there was anything above the Unity. It was all I could do to keep from shouting that I could scarcely comprehend the misunderstanding that would lead to such a question. It was asked honestly, and I answered the best I could. But even if my closest confidant here can fail to grasp the most basic of these truths, why am I bothering to explain any of this to them? Every word that drops from my mouth gets gobbled up, misheard, misremembered, misunderstood, and mistranslated before I can issue the slightest clarification. People are necessary, but people are madness. I attempted to withdraw, to go off alone, to commune with Unity in my own way. They followed. Of course they followed. Alright then. That was interesting. At last, a bit of peace. A piece of peace. Is that anything? Is that funny? Why am I trying to be funny? Have they driven me mad at least? Is there a difference between writing to myself and talking to myself? The former certainly seems more acceptable than the latter. I recall again that my mind is my own, and that even if only it exists, that it is sufficient for me to believe in everything else. The unity has restored me once more. This time I act alone, for now. Myself is a formidable opponent. I should have expected as much, but vanity is, thankfully, not among my vices. Regardless, it turns out time spent in solitude is, in my case, time with a very sick man, or whatever it is I have become. I don't like this person. Alright. So he's fighting with himself, and he's going mad. I feel like I should have found these in a different order. Pilgrim's Writing 2. Sure, we're just going all sorts out of order. So here's the crux of my troubles. To accomplish anything, I need to work with the other people. I need assistants, I need workers, I need hands. As we work together, they inevitably ask questions, and I can never help talking. It starts innocently enough. They want to understand how someone who believes in science can also believe in the divine. Or they have their own misunderstanding instilled by some borderline religious remnant. My weakness is my inability to let alone. I want them to understand, so I try, gently as I might, to nudge their minds along the right path. Then there are follow-ups and followings. The trouble is that I genuinely care for these people. It would be so much easier if I didn't. Alright. Alright. I guess we're going that way. There's a house here. There's multiple things here. Yo, Demos. How you doing? Did you ever finish this?
Dangerously low temperatures here. Keep an eye on your vitals.
It's fine. You need to put a sleeve on, though. Ah, Pilgrim's Writing 1. The credulous simplicity of mundane humans never ceases to amaze me. My worst instincts, the evil spirit, draw me towards a form of contempt for them, but I remember that I am privy to that which they are not. I cannot and should not judge them for a lack of vision when I know very well the blinders which obscure their sight. I once wore them myself, after all. I hope for their sake that they may someday understand, but for my sake I wish to be left alone. Peanut butter? Oh. Pill bottle, not peanut butter. Got it. Alright. I am working on the main mission. I am currently working on Unity. Chasing down the pilgrim. Fancy compass. Pilgrim's Writing 5. I find myself thinking about this various pasts and my possible futures. I imagine continuing on the road, acquiring more power, more knowledge, more development of myself. I imagine passing through once more to another world to begin the process anew. What is notable here, that road does seem gratifying. Every step is one intrinsic reward, and I feel myself anticipating the pleasures and seeking more contented version of myself in that future. Then, for the sake of considering all possibilities, I imagine if I took a different path. If I stopped running, stopped seeking to gather my own power. If I instead embraced the twinges of compassion I feel in my heart, and let myself care for the people who seem to gather about me for whatever I try to work. If I simply lived and taught and perhaps brought others to the light and died. That road seems gratifying. I also see a contented version of myself in that future. Here's the difference, though. When I stop thinking about the glories I could achieve for myself, the pleasure fades nearly immediately. When I stop thinking about staying and building something, the feeling endures. There is something more sustaining about it, more fulfilling. I don't know what this difference signifies, but I'm grateful for the time I've taken to notice it. Alright. I'm gonna take all your stuff, though. Yeah, I am attempting to actually finish the game. However long that might still be. Because I have been playing this for a very long time, and I keep getting lost in side quests. And I would like to, at the very least, finish this on stream so I can side quest in my own time. Pilgrim's computer. Unlock personal room. If you came seeking the right answers, you'll know what question to ask. What question do I ask? Where's the food? Return when you know the right question. Okay. I mean, we could just power through this, I'm sure. But I'm assuming, what is the unity? I return your question with a question. If you have read my writings, what is the burden of people? People are madness. Who is your most formidable opponent? Myself. Where does enduring contentment come from? Embrace compassion. You came here seeking the true meaning of unity. If you still wish to find it, there is one final piece of myself in the next room. I found my own answer a long time ago, but not in the way I was expecting. I hope your journey gives you the truth. Well, that's cryptic. Cryptic indeed. Stealing your stuff, though. Still gonna steal your stuff. Or is it my stuff? Am I the pilgrim? I have a feeling I'm the pilgrim. I have a feeling they're not being very subtle with this story. Nope, that's not the button I intended. Give. There we go. Kerblangablang. Alright, give. 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 Why'd you stab that? Give. Okay. Pilgrim's final writing. I don't know what the correct answer is. I might never. Increasingly, though, I am comfortable with not knowing. The more I reflect on being here, in this world, in this time, the more I think is precisely where I need to be. This time will be different. It won't be about me, so I won't have to run. I can actually build something with intent, instead of scrambling to fix something that others create in my name. It can be something beneficial. I can be something beneficial. I'm leaving behind that other person. This world has no place for him. Let him die. Let me live to enlighten the blessed universe before me. You have found the end of my journey, but to know everything you must find its beginning. On Hyla 2, the island hides the scorpion, and the scorpion's sting hides the truth. Ah, more crypticness. I see. Yep, every version of myself is doing the same thing, pondering his own existence. Alright then. So what is that marker? That marker's my ship, I guess. Has that marker been my ship the whole time? More stuff. I'm going to assume the pilgrim is me until told otherwise. What the hell is that? Curious. I don't recall what I have scanned here or not. Critter! I will scan the critter. I probably should stop and take a moment to scan everything, but also kind of don't want to. Hey, critter.
Quiet. Did you hear that?
Oh, is it still alive? Oh. Now it's not. Man, you guys are ugly. I hear things skittering. Where are you skittering? Skittering. There we are. They're so grumpy. Alright, I'm done scanning. I'll come back and finish scanning later. Wait, why am I doing this? I could just go there. We are going to... Wait, it says go to Indium 2 as my mission, but I'm currently on Indium 2. I am definitely here. This is definitely a thing I am doing. Mission says go to Indium 2. I am 100% here on Indium 2. Wait a second, hold up. Is this related to my other bug? No. My other bug was Piazzi 2. Piazzi 2, I'm supposed to survey it, but I have already done that. Also, whenever I hit the set course or show on map buttons, it doesn't do it. But I have scanned the entire Piazzi system, and it still won't mark complete. So this one's bugged, and I wonder if the go to Indium 2 mission is also bugged for some reason. Like it just won't recognize that I'm here, currently standing on the planet I'm supposed to go to. Ah, I think it just worked. Or did it work? No, it did not work. That was just a little pop-up saying, hey, there's another activity to do. Ask Yannick about another shift at Xenofresh. I had doing a lot of side questing on at Neon. And one of them is becoming a drug runner. So, you know, there's that. How do I navigate this place again? Alright. I don't know exactly why this mission's broken. Hopefully it's not going to be a problem. I'm going to take off and land again to see if that helps.
Up and away. So, I hear you're making yourself pretty useful on the ship.
I have, Dad. I want to be as good a co-pilot for the captain
jump strictly in front of you. What do you say we get you? And just like that, we're in space.
And I love it. Now, a new book.
So apparently I was supposed to be in orbit around Indum 2 to count it as having visited it, because I was already here before I was able to quick travel to it, and the mission was not written for that theory. But it's fine. Alright, go to Hyla 2. Oh, I probably should have just said, hey, give me Hyla 2. I do not want to land. I want to just go here. So we can mark it off as done.
Let's see what there is to see.
Alright. Isla 2. Here we are. Mission. Okay. So, Hyla 2. Ancient Ruins, I guess, is where Scorpion Sting is. But, as you can see, I've already been here. But that's fine. We've got new ruins to go to.
Touchdown imminent.
Let us see what wonders of life this planet hosts.
Well, we got a friend joining us. Are you a good friend or you a bad friend? You are a normal friend, okay. Critter. I'm gonna go look at your face. What a face you got. It's a shame that it's dark. I would look closer at his face. No yelling at me. Alright, so we're going to that thing. So we're just gonna go that way and scan whatever's in the way. Oh. Hi. Hang on. Let's talk about this. How you doing, friend? It's a shame that there's no lighting effect in the photo mode. Because I would love to brighten the scene up a little bit so we can have a proper conversation with our friend here. But alas.
I hope wherever you store that the smell will not be an issue.
Ordnance going out!
Uh-oh. I should not have given her grenades. Oh, that's great. Absolutely should not have given her grenades. Oh, am I over encumbered? Huh, well, so I am. Here. You know those smelly things you were complaining about?
Hello, excellent to see you.
You get to hold them.
If I can take a few things, I will.
You get to hold all the stinky things that you complained about. Here, have those. Have those things too.
It is always a pleasure.
Excuse you? I just got a pop-up that said welcome to the moon. I'm pretty sure I'm not on the moon. I mean, there's a moon over there. No, like legit, it just said welcome to Hyla. I think it was Hyla 1A. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Hyla 1A that it just gave me the pop-up for. And it just said, thanks for visiting the moon. I'm like, but, I'm not there. I'm not even on the right planet for that moon. Alright, fine. I guess I'm taking a temporary trip to the moon. Oh, I broke my ankle. It's fine. Oh, that almost killed me. Okay. Okay, so here's a problem. I mean, I guess we can kind of swim. But it's definitely contaminated water. Oh, yeah. Okay, yep. Yep, that's bad. That was bad. Ow. Also, my face is definitely over that. It's fine. You don't need to see my health or my ammo or anything like that. The planet is technically a moon of the stars, I guess. But even still, it welcomed me to the wrong one. So how on earth was I expected to make it across here without some sort of excessive flight ability? Like, that's... what? Because, like, I used my cheesy jetpack. I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. That's fine. I'm curious is all. Oh, hello, creepy critter. How you doing? Stop dodging. I guess I will accept the moon welcome.
That statue. Clearly some connection to the creatures in the area. What could it mean?
What indeed? That's neat though. Here, let's photo mode this. Andresia, you're in the way. Fine. We'll both be in the way then. I hear y'all skittering. Y'all done being creepy? You're not done being creepy. So this is the scorpion. It's neat. I like it.
Is that for selling later or personal use?
Always personal use. Don't ask questions. At least don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. Okay. So, this thing. The Scorpio. A little bit more of a side view of it. So, what is exactly pouring out of this scorpion? Do I want to know? Touch it. Oh, okay. Interesting. All right. So what are we doing here? Oh, I did something. I'm apparently supposed to go there. Curious. So it definitely makes noise whenever I do that. Do we have a Scorpio constellation? I don't remember seeing anything that resembled constellations in the map. But let's look. Yeah, it's really hard to see constellations in this thing. But apparently it's one of these. Good thing that they're telling me these things. Okay, so how was I supposed to know visually that this is the star in question? Aside from actually getting a marker where they tell me exactly where to go, how would I ever know that that is part of the constellation? Whatever, it's fine. Oberon Prime. We're going here. Oh, hi, bud.
You found me. I knew I made the right choice in letting you go.
Yes, hi, hello. What you mean?
Oh, please. Did you think I couldn't have found you again? Extinguished that little spark of competition for the artifacts before it grew stronger.
So you're letting me do it.
I wanted to see what you would do. And I haven't been disappointed.
Okay. All right. We're looking for unity.
You did. Now it's all starting to make sense.
Alright.
I can speak for myself. Constellation ship, you weren't invited to this meeting, but much of our conversation has been about you. It's only fitting you should join us. I will personally guarantee your safety as long as you come in peace. And think of it as a ceasefire meeting. Your one shot at getting those answers you must desperately want.
Sounds like a plan. Who is this second Starborn?
Let's just say they're very dedicated to stopping me from getting the artifacts. So if you don't trust me, well, they're your next best bet.
Oh. So we're on opposite sides?
Have not been pleasant, but we are here to talk, and you deserve answers.
Okay. Okay, that so far sounds acceptable. Are the Starborn at war?
Not a bad description, actually. We'll explain when we meet. In person.
Okay. Alright, fine.
Good. See? We can all get along. For now.
Alright. Let's see if we can get all up close and personal with these guys. For a selfie moment. Yeah, I'm still flying the monstrosity. That is correct. It's a good ship. Like, physically, capably, it's a good ship. It's not a screenshot-worthy ship, no. But it is a good ship. Okay, let's get these guys front and center. Screenshot-wise. Yeah, I never had the patience to try to design my own ship because of the way the shipbuilder works, or doesn't work in many cases. So I figured I'd just keep with the ship that works. It's got huge jump range, it's got huge storage, it's got great combat capabilities. It just works. It just works. Oh. My mission was retrieve waiting followers? Huh? I'm sorry, what? You enjoyed the shipbuilding? I did not at all, actually. Oh, they won't come in with you. Okay, that's the retrieve waiting followers. Got it. I didn't like. Yeah, I think my least favorite part was there was no way to save a ship in progress because there were so many requirements to making a functional ship. So you couldn't save a ship that was in progress and then jump to different locations to get all the parts that you wanted. So you were just kind of forced to build a ship with the parts that were available at that specific vendor. And then, you know, if you could manage to build enough of a ship that met the requirements to be functional, then you could maybe fly to the next vendor to get more parts that might work. Yeah, there's no blueprinting tool. There's no ability to access all of the parts, so you have more variety. Oh, hi, Andrasia. I thought you weren't going to be joining me, but okay. Hi, welcome. I guess you're welcome to join this conversation. And there was just so many limitations on the shipbuilder. Quantity of reactors, quantity of engines, very little visibility into the mass to thrust ratios, all the stuff that would make a ship flyable. There's no visibility to any of it. And I didn't care for the shipbuilder that much. And I know I could have modded the hell out of it to make it a little bit better, but I was just kind of not ready to do that until I was done playing my first playthrough, which is another reason I've been trying to push through to finish the game. Yeah, and so once I'm done playing here, I'll probably play in my off time a little bit to do some side questing or whatever, if the continuation is what I think it is. But I'll probably end up setting it aside for a while until that creation kit comes out and the modding community like really comes into its own. And then we'll probably revisit this game once modding is fully in swing, so probably a couple of years from now. Alright, ladies and or
Hopefully the low
gentlemen.
temperatures do not interfere with our electronics.
We'll be fine, Andreja. So, ladies and or gentlemen, hello.
Again.
Yes. Evil chuckle to you
I
too.
know that kind of laugh. We should not have come here.
You remember the emissary, perhaps? And their ship, the Helix? I believe they ambushed you above Neon and demanded that artifact you worked so hard to gain.
Indeed they did.
Thank you for the stellar introduction. Your success is unprecedented. Before you came, we were just discussing how continued use of force against you is unwise.
Yeah, use the force against me is very unwise. All we ever wanted was to talk. You've been attacking. You're the dicks here.
Yes, we did.
Alright,
We are
fair
not
enough.
a monolithic people. The Starborn are individuals. Some are united in cause. Others are in it for themselves.
We are all in it for ourselves. Some of us are just more honest. The emissary threatened your ship, demanded you hand over your artifact. How is that so different from what I did?
We needed to
you're both
warn
dicks.
you off. Every encounter with one of our kind could spell disaster.
For whom, exactly? I say whoever can collect them should.
Alright. You're both really just being weird. Tell me things I need to know.
That might be more productive.
Yes. Let's talk about what really matters.
The Unity. You are on the path to it. It is a place, a gateway. It is where we were reborn.
You've really come a long way since the Welcome to Constellation speech, haven't you?
The reveal. But you died.
I'm not who you think I am. This universe is only the first one you've been to. I've seen hundreds. Where I came from, I was the one who stayed at the lodge to protect the artifacts. You died on board the Eye while we held off the Hunter.
One of me, at least.
I collected the remaining artifacts, and they opened the way to the center of my universe, and the doorway to an infinite number of others. That is the Unity. When I stepped into it, I became a Starborn. It's how I've entered other worlds, including yours.
That is technically correct, Pine. Technically. So, Unity, artifacts, temples, question marks?
They are all connected.
That was a very helpful answer, ma'am. So you're both trying to keep people from it.
I have to. This is bigger than all of us.
Humph, indeed.
All the artifacts are needed to complete the armillary and open the way to the Unity. In every universe, the Starborn fight over them. Innocent people die. You've witnessed the power granted by the temples, the anarchy that can be unleashed. Someone has to decide who should get them.
Here it comes. The emissary tells you only the worthy should enter heaven.
You're twisting what I mean.
They're hypocrites. They use the chaos caused by the hunt for the artifacts to establish an order where they decide who's worthy. I attacked your lodge because I wanted the artifacts, and you held me off. You got away. That wasn't some morality play. You didn't survive because of righteousness. You won because of persistence, luck, and skill. As I have done countless times.
I was also human once. But what does it matter who or what I was when eternity is within your grasp?
You know, it's funny, because when I saw the face, my first thought was Walter. I did not realize it was the Keeper until I read the text. So, I am confused, partly because of the faces, but it's fine. Yes, indeed, Pine. A very convenient clustering of artifacts. Feels like this is more of a local phenomenon than a universal phenomenon. So, Keeper Aquilus. You've been to the Unity multiple times. What the hell does that mean?
It means I've seen thousands of universes, collected their artifacts, been to their temples. You have a small taste of their power, but it keeps going.
Uh-huh. Okay, so you're Aquilus-ish.
You're learning. My other self wants you to walk the path he walks, to give up, to appreciate the universe you have. Easy for a person who's seen everything, done everything. I think you should see it for yourself.
You've never come this far. Not in all the universes I've seen. The path to the Unity is opening to you.
You're going to tip the scales one way or another. Better your hand be on one of our sides.
I think we should burn it all down. So I help one of you, we combine our artifacts, enter the Unity. Definitely not helping someone who murdered my friend. Who is standing next to you, by the way. I guess that makes things a little bit more complicated. I want no part in this bullshit.
We're well past the point of not getting involved. As much as we may wish things were different.
Okay, fine.
You're already in it. With artifacts, comes Starborn searching for them. Fighting over them. I want a truce between all three of us. Give you some time to think over which approach to the Unity is the one you want. Mine, or the Hunters.
Yes. Let's see how willing you are to live under someone else's rules. Just remember, one of us isn't trying to judge you.
No, just kill me. I don't like that part either. Okay, fine. Let's talk, I guess. Sarah and Keeperman. Or one of Sarah's and one of Keeperman's. I like your outfits though. Kinda tattered. Alright, so this is information, this is happening. Quick save.
You might think the emissary is on your side, but your persistence is what forced them to tell you the truth. Remember that.
Oh, I remember that.
I'll tell you everything I can.
Only after I forced you to. But, I will say, you attempting to kill me, and you attempting to kill me, and this perpetual process of all of y'all trying to kill each other for these artifacts doesn't sound like a great life that y'all are leading. Just saying.
The Unity is meant for whomever can get there. Don't fall for that talk of worthiness.
I know we are not the same people we met in our universes. Still, it is good to see you again, old friend.
There's that.
The emissary and their kind only want to control you.
I mean, one was more straightforward than the other. Well, okay, so no, the hunter was not straightforward. We met him a couple times in the various bars, and he was very cryptic and weird and bullshitty. And he was very straightforward in trying to kill me. That's it. No one's been honest. No one's been straightforward about what's going on or why. Everyone's been keeping secrets and being mean about it. So, you, why do you kill for it?
Whoever created the artifacts and built those temples is playing a game with us. One whose prize is access to the center of all creation. There are no rules. Whoever gets all the pieces wins. And I've won. Over and over. I don't kill for the Unity. I find the easiest pathway to it.
Which is usually killing. Okay, so from what I gather, the Starborn are a collection of people who have all probably stumbled upon this Unity secret on their own in some fashion or another, and have all done horrible, unspeakable acts trying to get there over and over and over again through multiple lives. And he claims I have done it over and over, but so has Sarah Wannabe over there. My guess is that all of the Starborn have done it multiple times each. So it's just a never-ending cycle of rebirth and restarting over and murdering who's ever in your way to get the things you want. Great. Why did you attack us?
I've simply found that it's the quickest way. Talking, forming alliances, waiting for the right moment to commit theft. It's all so tiresome.
I mean, all that shit I've been doing up until now?
You getting away has been the most interesting thing to happen in quite some time. As soon as I realized what had happened, I knew I needed to wait until this meeting with the emissary to decide what to do about you.
Well, that's ominous. After you attacked the lodge, you let me go. Why?
To see what would happen, of course. You might not understand just how many times I've done this. Usually, you're the one who ends up dead, and whoever cries over your body goes on to become the emissary. Sometimes I manage to get you all bunched up and take care of the problem in one go. Sometimes the emissary has gotten to me first, and I never arrive. Hundreds and hundreds of variations of me, hacking through Constellation. And it's almost never you. You making it to your ship on your own. It's new. I took it as a sign. I don't get many of those anymore.
Interesting. So, why is the emissary a hypocrite?
They enter the Unity, take artifacts from others, employ force. All the things I do. I am many things, but I would never tell anyone what to do with their gifts. That is your decision, not someone else's.
Okay, that's fair.
The emissary wants to become the judge of who gets to enter, but the Unity itself doesn't judge.
Okay, so you met because of me.
No, we always end up having this meeting at this time. But it's the usual affair. Can we make peace? No. Oh, how tragic.
And then you try to murder each other.
Honestly, I was beginning to wonder why I kept attending. And it's bad habit I started a long time ago. Perhaps I just like meeting the emissary to gloat. But you have provided something quite new to talk about. Maybe you're a random die roll. Or maybe the Unity is finally responding to all my hard work.
Wild card, baby. Alright, so we're done talking to you and heard your side of things. Basically, if Very libertarian of you, sir. Now you.
I'm sure you have more questions. Ask.
What happens when you enter Unity?
It's not an easy experience to describe, but the Unity will speak to you. Offer you the chance to become Starborn. You will be leaving this universe behind to be reborn. Everything you were before will be gone. Maybe that's why it offers the choice. Compassion? Or is it testing us?
What was I like in your universe?
Different. I never know who you are when I meet a new version, but so much of you stays the same. It's hard. But each universe is precious in its own way. Mine will never have its original you in it again, as yours won't have its real me.
Okay. So you protect the artifacts to keep them from being abused? Question mark, question mark?
You've seen the terror the Hunter causes. Every time a Starborn goes through the Unity, they get more artifacts, find more temples, gain more power. We can't let more like him abuse these gifts to destroy whatever's in their way.
So, explain the armillary.
When all the artifacts are assembled, the device they create is called the armillary. In many ways, it's a model of the multiverse itself. Through it, you can reach the Unity. And from there, you can become Starborn.
Alright, I don't have very many answers to my questions, but I sort of kind of get it. Can I steal your seat? No. Alright. So, you haven't given me too terribly much, other than one of you is a royal dick, but is open to freedom and whatnot. And one of you is kind of nicer, and you want to control, I don't know, peace and everlasting power and whatnot.
Before you leave, I want to give you something. A way to another artifact, but also a lesson in how dangerous they can be.
Okay.
Seek the moon of Old Earth. There are secrets there you must discover for yourself. Here. To open the way.
Okay. Soul system, yes?
Yes. I will say no more.
Alright, fine. Mystery. Fine. I guess I appreciate answers of some kind or another.
I am sorry we have not always been forthcoming. I hope you will see what I have seen. You should also talk to your colleagues in Constellation. I am sure they have gathered more information on the remaining artifacts in the fringes of space. Part of me wonders what they will all say about what you have learned. But I will leave that to you.
I see. I don't really see, but I see. Unearthed. Go to Nova Galactic Research Station. Yes, okay. And then final glimpses to return to the lodge. Okie dokie. I should have cockpitted. It's fine.
Any adventure you can fly away from. Is that how the saying goes?
How did I... Oh, right. How does this place work? Yeah, I'm not really a fond of either of the way that they handle things. But at least they're not trying to kill me anymore. That's a good start.
Box, air pressure, drive.
Okay, so we're gonna go to Nova Galactic and see what's that about. I think I've wanted to go there before, but it felt like it was something I should save for on stream, so never did.
All good to go, Captain.
Yes. Oddly enough, yes, the priest is being the murder hobo.
Stars are rearranged. And we are here.
And then, yeah, Sarah's being the authoritarian about it. Wait, haven't I been to Nova Galactic Star Yard? I thought I went there once to look at it for something. No, I'm supposed to go to the Nova Galactic Research Station on the moon itself.
Landing gear is ready. Sight is clear.
I guess the question I will find out is, do I have to side with either of them? Or can I just kind of do my own thing? They make it sound like anyone can really reach it eventually, if they try hard enough. Alright, we're on the moon, guys. We're on the moon. Whee!
Trying to take a little too much on.
I forgot to empty my pockets. Ah, dang it. Here. Hold the stuff on me.
I'm glad to see you. A good team always shares the load.
What? What? What you talking about, Demos?
I appreciate our little discussions, you know.
Welcome to the Mun. Did I get a moon achievement? I don't think I got the achievement. I got the In Their Footsteps achievement for completing that mission. I might have... Did I? I don't think I got an achievement for going to the moon. If I did, it might have been a long time ago. I don't remember visiting the moon, though. I visited Earth. But I don't know, actually. Come to think of it. Alright, I guess we're going inside.
Impressive that such an old structure would be in this shape after over 100 years.
Indeed. Well, let's go inside. Oh, they gave me the key. I didn't even notice they gave me the key. Oh, the lights are still on. Sort of. Sort of-ish. Alright, so we are here. We're exploring, we're looking around.
It would seem that the occupants left in a hurry. Hopefully for no reason we need to be concerned about.
Moonbase, Slate 3.
Voltaire really is something else. A supercomputer so powerful they put it on the damn moon to keep it cool. Although by that logic they should be running it purely in the vacuum of space. But hey, good marketing material. I've been spending some off hours running some dumb simulations just because I can. My favorite so far is simulating the sound of every duck on Earth quacking after receiving a piece of bread. You didn't know you wanted a real-time sim of feeding all the ducks, but now you have it. You're welcome, humanity.
I do actually want that. Thank you very much.
What does your scanner reveal?
Nova Galactic Project Log, Principal Engineer Lang Shu. Voltaire is being reconfigured for this new initiative. The math we're being asked to crunch is ambitious, even for a supercomputer. We might as well be asking it to count every grain of sand in every desert on Earth. Who came up with these original equations? Our partner isn't being very open about it. Every question I have goes through some discretionary channel. I'm surprised we even know we're working on a ship.
Okay. So far 2 comments about the supercomputer. And I have a side objective to collect all of the slates. Ah, picking. Right, that's a thing. Sure. Those 2 for outer ring. See if we can figure out inner ring. Those 2 perhaps? Yeah, okay. So those 2 for inner ring. These 2 for outer ring. These 2 for second ring. Now we just need a third ring. So outer, inner, second. Third. Third? Yes, third. Okay. Okay. Slate 6? Oh, jeez.
When I accepted the assignment up here, we were told to bring a couple of personal items. Some psychological studies said it helped when you're away from Earth this long. I brought my grandmother's old abacus. I would play with it on her lap, and she'd teach me the Russian for all the numbers. She, just got word that she passed. The next shuttle isn't for 3 months, so I won't be able to go to the funeral. Bye, Babushka. Thank you for teaching me math. It brought me to the moon.
Aw, rip Babushka. Okay, we're looking for more thingies. Equipment key, lovely. Moonbase Slate 2.
Nova Galactic Project Log, Principal Engineer Lang Shu. I admit, this is not the most disciplined team I've ever run. Malcolm keeps stealing computational time on Voltaire and thinks I don't know this. And Sabina's been distracted lately, but won't tell anyone why. I really should demand answers from both of them. But honestly, I'm too preoccupied with this contract. We all are. Despite anything going on in our personal lives, there's something special about what we're building here.
Well, alright then. I am concerned about the 100-plus-year-old orange that is laying around. I'm going to take it anyway, but I am still concerned about it. Also, the potato.
I also wish to be prepared for any situation, but there are practical limits, no?
I did not miss you bitching about my inventory problem, Andreja. I did not miss that.
You ever get jealous? You know, the crew in the shipyard? Building the actual vessels that are gonna travel the stars?
We're literally on a base on the moon.
Oh, come on, Sabina. I'm trying to share my dreams here.
Well, your dreams are always out there and never here where the rest of us live. Can't you just be happy doing your job?
Where's the fun in that?
Where's the fun in being happy? Bathroom. Plushie. Lovely.
Okay, confession time. Being single on a moon base is the worst. I only get like an hour to use the communication link to Earth every couple of days. And let me tell you, there's long distance dating, and then there's like long distance dating, you know? Oh, hey there, I'm a scientist, deadly employed, willing to take you out for coffee in like 6 months when I'm back from space. It's not a great opening line.
You seriously can't get a date? You're an astronaut.
Hey, no one asked you.
Okay. Lock picking. Not that one. That one? Yeah, so these two for the inner ring. And these two for the outer ring. Ah, I have collected all the slates. Good, good. Now I just need to collect all the loot. Which actually I think I'm mostly done with. I have not, however, found the armory that I got the key for just a moment ago. Or did I, and I didn't notice because I was too busy looting everything? Hard to say. But I don't see it, and I don't see another path to it. Because this leads out. We've already been up. I did not remember to open this. Oh, flying. Yeah, I don't... If I did loot the armory, I don't know where it is, so it's fine. It's fine. Let's read this thing. Voltaire. I want to remind the research team that Voltaire is a highly proprietary supercomputer that is currently being contracted exclusively for the use in Project Prism. It is not meant for your own personal projects. Yes, it is amusing just to see how many decimal points of pi it can calculate, how many bits of encryption it can brute force, or whether you can simulate table tennis with a perfect aerodynamic simulation. But there will be time for that later. For now, I need everyone concentrating on hitting our deadline. We're developing an exciting new aerospace technology with our partner and client. That should be more than enough to keep everyone from being bored. You say. But no. Alright. Project Prism launch. We're happy to announce that the first test of Project Prism will be held today. I would like everyone to suit up and join us on the roof at 9 EDT. Reminder to please sync all watches to Eastern Daylight Time. Our partner will also be on the radio for launch. We'll be recording the event, so be on your best behavior. Alright then. It said something about on the roof. So I guess we're going on the roof. Can I play with the supercomputer? I feel like this might be it. I want to play with it. Roof. They have everything else? Yeah. Alright, push the button.
Engine spin-up time almost complete. Total time 5 minutes 22 seconds. Right on schedule.
How are the helium-3 valves holding, Nova?
We double-checked the leakage concerns this morning before the launch. All signs green.
Any changes to the calculation sequence from Voltaire?
No changes since we uploaded the last figures yesterday. It's a clean shot from here to Jupiter.
Some of the earliest space flights were likely coordinated from here.
One miracle of science at a time,
Strange to be standing on such a unique bit of history.
4.
You're interrupting.
2. 1. Canaveral, are you reading?
All clear, Nova. Indicators look good. The ship should be cruising Jupiter's orbit right now. Visual confirmation will be possible in 32 minutes. Afraid the speed of light is on the slow side these days.
Nice.
How does it feel to break the laws of physics, Canaveral?
We're all pretty excited down here in NASA, I won't lie.
Excited enough to tell me where you got the original data?
Not in a million years, Nova.
Not everything in the galaxy needs to come with us, you know.
Shush. I'm busy. Alright, so now we go to NASA. Is that NASA? Is that supposed to be NASA? That dot there? NASA launch tower. I was confused by that dot. Oh, actually. New data. Done. Where's my ship? My ship's this way. I need to walk to my ship because my pockets are too full. Looking for that dash of probably ice so I can scan it and finish the moon scan. But I'm not seeing it. That's fine. Can be another time. Did I do it again? I keep going on the wrong damn side of my ship. Okay, let's empty my pockets this time so I can actually walk around. And Rachel, I need your stuff, please.
And just what is on? What have you got for me?
Stuff, please. Do 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 do.
Thank you for the conversation and everything.
She's just thanking me for rummaging around in her pockets. It's been a while. Oops. That was not the button I intended to push. But it's fine. You know what? It's fine. I don't use anything except for the health packs anyway. Okay, so we save. And we go to Earth. We go to Earth. What's left of it. Go visit NASA. I actually didn't know we could visit NASA. Still never got the Visit
Everything
London
checks
to
out.
work.
Landing initiated.
There's the Visit London, and it said go find the spot on London, and it never triggered, so it just says Visit London forever. So, the NASA launch tower. That is a heck of a ship. Find a way inside NASA. Hey, I finished surveying the Earth. Nice. So what are you? Can I have it? I want it.
Perhaps an elevator will allow us to access what lies beneath all this.
You were saying about an elevator? Oh, he's dark. That's just leftover resources. Got it. Well, that was less exciting. You stay in there, Andreja. Oh, I can't steal it. Alright, I guess we are going to attempt to continue to find a way inside. Unfortunately, my jetpack does not really have the oomph needed. There we go. This feels like
We
this
can
might...
never know whether lives were lost because this ship never launched, but it was built for a reason.
She likes interrupting me. I'm going to assume that this is going to end up being something like a jumping puzzle to finish climbing this place. But for now, just exploring.
The only thing lacking is power. With it, this elevator should still function.
Which elevator? Which elevator are you talking about? What you talking about, lady? I don't know what you're talking about. It's fine. I'll just find my way up, my own way up. I have found the way inside. Wonder if there's anything else sneaking around here that I should be looking for. Like NASA branded notepads. And NASA branded notebooks. I'm taking souvenirs. There's so many NASA notebooks. Need all of the NASA stuff. That was a NASA snow globe. Wonderful. I guess I'll take all the NASA stuff. So I feel like there was supposed to be an elevator here that I was supposed to be able to use, but I never found the opening for it.
This work would not have been done if the ship had not meant to launch. A shame.
NASA toy rocket. Did you take the NASA foam cups? They're not actually branded NASA, but I feel like that might be something you'd take anyway. Looted the place dry. Okie dokie. I mean, that's fair. Another NASA snow globe. Oh, the NASA poster, please. Yeah, she does like to complain about over-encumbered. Oh. Apparently this was a path I could have taken. Or this wasn't a path I could have taken, because this is a side path. Or it's a down path, I see. So yeah, there's a whole round of different ways I could have gotten up through here. That's fair. And I just didn't go that way. Alright, fine. That feels like an unintended path around. Oh. There was an elevator. Right. It's fine.
Now would be a good time to reprioritize what we bring with us and what we leave behind.
I'm already full.
Or throw away.
And she's already yelling at me. Okay. So this is actually the elevator I'm supposed to be taking. Got it. Button. There we go. Why am I just now getting a message telling me how to turn my flashlight on and off? I feel like that's a little bit late.
Whoever once used this room probably never could have imagined all that has happened since it was built.
Good night, Smooth Agent. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, so there's a lot going on here. Spooky noises. Hydration time. So saith the Smooth Agent. Okay. Nothing overly remarkable yet for loot, at least nothing that I haven't already found outside. NASA. Launch procedures. Remember, the final vitals and suit seal checks are essential. Yes, we've come a long way as far as tolerances. Yes, the number of people cleared for launch is much higher than it used to be, but these people's lives are still in our hands. I know there's rumors that the next launch is slated to be cancelled, but let's not have that be on us. Assume it's go time every time. Your professionalism is what makes space travel a little bit safer, and we can use every ounce we can get. Error archives damaged. System recovery. Partial archives retrieved. Delivery from Mars.
Dr. Judith Tatian. The recent delivery from Mars is unsettling. I was expecting rock samples or maybe fossils of microbial life. Instead, Dr. Victor Isa comes with 2 members of the military. Everything they brought back is under wraps. What could a theoretical physicist need with a sample from Mars?
A mysterious delivery from Mars, you say? That sounds very artifacty.
Station log. Dr. Judith Tatian. I've been trying to cozy up to Dr. Isa, Victor, to see what is going on. His team has completely commandeered one of the labs with those 2 military handrails, checking who comes in and out. I joked that maybe he found a little gray man and was doing an autopsy, and he grew very pale. 2 days later, he sends me a request asking for more information on my background in material science, metallurgical engineering. Oh, we have a meeting tomorrow. I think I'm being invited into the lab. Station log. Dr. Judith Tatian. I have never been so nervous since I defended my dissertation. 4 hours talking to Victor and his team about theoretical metals, atomic bonding, even a half-hour divergence into magnetism that I'm pretty sure was just to throw me off the trail of what we were actually talking about. Then, I got to see the lab. I don't know how much I should say, but the periodic table just got thrown out the window.
Stop throwing it out the window. It's important. Alright, so material science... Ma'am, get off me. Material sciences. New materials. It sounds very much like Artifact was discovered. Alright, well, I found someone's last meal. Puppy. Water. Sandwich. Lemon, lime, mug. And a surgical bowl full of gauze, I'm assuming.
It would seem there is more here to explore. Shall we?
That's what I'm doing, ma'am. I am exploring. Closed for remodeling. Oh.
NASA was very proud of all that it accomplished. I suppose they had a right to be.
Alright, we'll loot over here first before we go look at the shiny things. Pamphlets. History of spaceflight. I will take all the pamphlets and your bell. NASA office key. Lovely. Okay, so this. The remnants of NASA's thing. The museum exhibit, I guess. I haven't actually been here, so I don't know exactly what I'm looking at, but I'm sure this is close-ish to reality. Alright, so we got a big old rocket. Developed for the Apollo mission to reach Earth's moon, the F-1 engine was a single-nozzle, liquid-fueled rocket engine that could generate over 6 million newtons of thrust each. 5 of these would be used for the Saturn V Super Heavy Lift launch vehicle. The power of the F-1 was critical in providing the necessary lift to launch rockets from the surface of Earth towards the stars. Indeed. Well, this stuff's broken. That's unfortunate. Yo, leaving Earth forever. In 2150, scientists first predicted the destruction of our beloved Earth. Atmospheric phenomena would cause breathable air to sputter outside of Earth's gravity, dooming all life that remained. An estimated 50 years until the end has given NASA and other space agencies around the world the opportunity to migrate humanity away from certain death and into the stars. Thanks in part to the development of the grav drive, humanity will live on.
You might wish to lighten your load.
Shush.
One is less likely to survive an ambush when one is weighed down with whatever all that is.
Shush. Big old ship. No one touch it. So what's my current actual objective? Find information about the Martian sample. Got it. So we're really just here to learn about what's happened. And all this side NASA sightseeing is a delightful little distraction. Rocks, and clothes for maintenance, and clothes for maintenance, and more rocks. Let's go visit these things. Ow. Why do we have Earth gravity in here? Oh, right, we're on Earth. I totally forgot. For some reason, I thought we were still on the moon. Oh, my ankles. Lunar Module Eagle from the Apollo 11 mission. The Lunar Module Eagle was the first crewed spacecraft to launch to touch down on Earth's moon. Eagle's counterpart was the command module Columbia, which the lunar module needed to both separate from and eventually reattach to. Columbia would take astronauts to and from the orbit of the moon, while Eagle would bring them to and from the surface. Indeed. Oh. You. Project Prism. NASA partnered with Nova Galactic, the creators of the Voltaire supercomputer, on an ambitious aerospace project to pull gravity itself. The result is the first spacecraft capable of faster-than-light travel. The first successful voyage saw astronauts reaching Jupiter in moments, what would previously have taken years. Indeed. Oh, my dislocated limb got better. Great. Living outside Earth. While long-term missions in space began in the late 1990s with programs such as the International Space Station, humanity began living on other planets almost 100 years later. Small outposts of 5 or fewer scientific research teams eventually gave way to entire colony effort on Mars and other orbiting bodies of our solar system. Indeed. That's more Project Prism stuff. Oh, aren't you fancy? Look at that sassy pose. Look at that sassy pose. Adapted from a design originally intended for high-altitude aircraft, the Mercury spacesuit would undergo several modifications to deal with pressure, oxygen, and thermal considerations. Even through the cabin of the Mercury spacecraft itself, protected against the rigors of space travel, redundancy has always been key. In the event that the cabin were to depressurize and expose astronauts to the vacuum of space, their Mercury spacesuits would be able to offer a critical extra layer of defense. Oh. From 1958 to 1963, one of humanity's first human spaceflight programs, the Mercury spacecraft was designed to fit a single person who would be sent to test a person's ability to function in space. 6 flights in total were launched, the earliest being 15-minute suborbital flight, and the longest being over 34 hours and 22 complete orbits. Yep. From 68 to 72, Project Apollo was the first successful program to put humanity on Earth's moon. The first moon landing that occurred on July 20th, 1969 was actually Apollo's 11th flight, with all previous launches testing all the modules, orbits, and other critical data needed to ensure the astronauts could reach the moon and return safely. Mercury spacesuit. Unfortunately, outdated and not very effective, but we're taking it anyway. Okay, bye, Demos. Thanks for hanging out. Gemini, from 65 to 66. In many ways, Project Gemini was a learning mission. While NASA's ultimate goal was to put a human being on the moon, many questions had to be answered before that project, Apollo, could even begin. Gemini was tasked with answering how a person could survive in space over many days, how to connect spacecraft together, and how to improve spacesuit technology to operate outside of spacecraft. What? The emote popped up for me? That's interesting. I see the emote. What do you see instead of the emote? Oh, I wonder if mobile app's just being shitty. The ISS broke. Its little nubbin broke off. That's unfortunate. So this one is Leaving Earth Forever. Loot. Loot's good. Yep. From 71 to 72, the lunar rover was used for the last Apollo missions and could carry 2 astronauts. The chevron tread patterns on the wheels were made from titanium to help maintain traction on the moon's surface. The rover was also fully electric and ran on batteries, whose power was intended to last for the duration of the mission. Get it, come here. Stop yelling at me. Stop yelling at me, kitty. It's funny because that one didn't show up for me, Demos. So the ones that show up for you don't show up for me. Alright, Twitch's emote system's broken. Gila, stop. Just stop. Oh, more flyers, more rockets. Okay, bye. Alright, I think I have explored everything. At least everything up until this point. I haven't found the entry for the space station. Oh, I didn't find this one. The MER program. The Mars Exploration Rover program launched in 2003 and allowed for the remote exploration and study of Mars. 2 twin rovers were made, nicknamed Spirit and Opportunity. While Spirit ceased communication functions in 2010, the Opportunity rover continued operations well into 2018, exceeding its initial planned time by over 14 years. I just got a pop-up, which I think was an activity. Look for the Opportunity rover on Mars. There we go. So we can go visit Opportunity. How dare you tease me with loot like that? Okay, so we've done Opportunity, we've done the rover, we've done the Apollo lander. I'm assuming then that the space station has an entry up there. That's that way. Yeah, let's go up quick, see what else there is upstairs. Oh, right, overloaded. No, the space station does not have an entry upstairs. Interesting. Okay, that's fair.
I just don't understand where these calculations came from.
There's something wrong with the math? I think it's quite straightforward.
That's not what I'm asking. We've had no success extracting even a sample of material from the object. No explanation for the gravitational effects. No motion graph to explain its harmonic frequencies. I can't even establish a melting point.
Judith.
But you've had me building these prototype colliders for months. And now you want me to pump helium-3 into it based on this equation you've written on a goddamn napkin?
I just need you to trust me.
I have been trusting you. We keep slamming our heads against a brick wall, getting nothing. And you keep coming up with something new to try. Like, you know what's going to happen. Where are you getting your information, Victor?
I'm sorry, Judith. Look, not here, okay? Somewhere off base. I'll tell you everything. But to discover something important here. I promise.
Shady character. Alright. Anyone in the bathroom? No, but we got a toy rocket. Okay, so we continue down through this mess. Alright, you know what? And Andrasia, I need you to hold some stuff for me.
Ah, if there's anything you need,
Oh, that's not even enough. Ah, part of the problem is I have a broken ankle. Right. I'd fix that, but I can't because I left all of my medicines in the ship. It's fine. It's fine.
looks like early testing for planetary habitats. The looks on their faces if we could show them all that we have learned.
You're talking to a locker, ma'am. But yes, early testing for habitation. Would have been nice if she looked out the window and said that rather than looking at the locker. But, you know, whatever. Creaky, creaky, squeak. Yeah, so what's over here? Nothing. Nothing. In fact, I didn't even need to open the door. Alright, fine.
This facility covered quite a range of disciplines, but I must not have been kind to it.
Okay. Just looking around, getting stuff. Research lab. Can I make something for my broken ankle? Oh, right. Research, not crafting. Had a derp moment there for a bit because it's been a while. But it's fine. What was that skittering I just heard? I was expecting this not to be something spooky, but now there's skittering. Okay, so how do I? Up here. Alright, here we go, a lock picking again. Let's see. So these two for the inner ring. Maybe this is not the right one to do. How about... This one, perhaps? Yeah, that one. So these two for the middle ring. Inner ring. Then we just need an outer ring. Outer ring.
I hope you can succeed at that before we are discovered.
There's no one to discover us. Chill. No one's been here in centuries. At least a century, if not more. Button. Power required. Where's my... Ah. Power. Power. Oh. Exit. Guess we're going the right way. Okay. Ugh, more unlocking. I don't wanna. Okay. We're looting. We're getting more stuff. There is a long distance through this place that I feel it may be excessive. I mean, I get that they want us to go through NASA, but it's
I
kind
do
of
not wish to judge, but I doubt you truly need to be carrying all of that.
it's kind of a whole lot of nothing in here. I mean, there's loot, but beyond that, there isn't much to learn. Like we had the entryway that had all of the NASA museum bits, but a lot of this backroom space is just kind of nothing. Let's steal your phone. I don't know when I just powered up, but I'm sure it was important. That was probably that, actually. Okay, so forward. Place has definitely seen better days. Oh, well, I'm down there again. You know what? I saw it coming. I saw it was there. and I just kind of gravitated towards running into it rather than avoiding it. That was a mistake. I just heard a creaky as if someone was actually here. Ah, I see. Kaboom! Ah. No. Ah! Where's that other turret? Oh. Big Nasabot. Other turret? Ah. Right there. Alright, we're done. I wasn't expecting active defenses in here.
Vasco would see his likeness in this model?
Maybe. Okay. Loot. You're in my way, ma'am. Alright, I'll go there later. Fascinating. Fascinating. Okay. I think, aside from the loot that got exploded and sent elsewhere, I think that's it for this room. So we have a that way and we have a this way. Power required. Okay. So we've got 2 different power cables, and we can trace them those directions. Never mind, they both lead into here. Okay, fine. Which means I guess we're going this way. Oh. Probably don't need to do this because I've blown up all the turrets, but it's fine. Okay, so these 2 for the outer ring. Hi, Gila. Hi, kitty. And these 2 for the inner ring. Okay. No signal. Yeah, because I blew them all up. Fair enough.
There must be something in all of that you can afford to let go of.
You are incorrect, ma'am. It's amazing how often you are incorrect. Ah, another lock. Yes, these 2 for the outer ring. Let's just commit to that. That just makes it easier for me to figure out brain power on the last one. And then those 2, yeah. Okay. Button. This is a long path through this place. Just a little loot room. Ah, this was a semi-vertical lift of sorts.
The scope of this facility is massive. I wonder how many knew how big it really was.
I'm wondering that myself. It feels a little bit excessive. There's a lot of explosives in this room. Oh. Okay.
We must be nearing the artifact, if it is here.
Oh.
We should not give up now.
We're floating. We're floating. Oh, that's weird. When I'm in here floating, gravity is turned off everywhere. That is an interesting way to tackle that. So instead of making gravity turned off at a local location, they have it player position triggered, so that as I personally walk through the trigger, it stops gravity everywhere for me to just deal with. Oh. Okay. Interesting. I opened up the gravity. Oh god. Oh god. I've caused problems. None of that works. None of that works. That also doesn't work. That works. Okay, so these two for outer ring. Inner ring can be these two. Yes. Yeah, so I stepped into here. And that, yeah, cracking that emergency hatch open broke gravity everywhere until I stepped further away from it. Okay, that's weird. Very weird. But it's fine. Security procedures. Check all badges before allowing access. Yes, even the generals. I don't care how angry they get. These are direct orders from the secretary. Absolutely no phones or recording devices. All written materials, clipboards, notebooks, etc. are to be checked on exit from the labs. Confiscate anything with confidential information on it.
Project log.
Okay.
Dr. Victor Isa. We turned on the prototype today. The gravitational field around it began to fold as we long suspected. Complete reversal of gravitational pull was observed on dozens of loose objects around the lab.
I've noticed.
I'm setting up a meeting with the directors to propose a larger test. The prototype proves we don't need the original anymore, but further work is going to have to take place in space, somewhere with abundant helium-3 and with a civilian partner. Someone with access to large-scale manufacturing resources and computational equipment. Engineering gravitational folds pulling the far side of the solar system closer to us, it's all going to be possible.
Indeed. So this is the budding of the grav drive.
Project log, Dr. Judith Tatian. I watched the gravjet tests from the moon today. It was the first time we were able to talk to the team at Nova Galactic directly. So many things were under wraps before, but now everyone wants all the publicity they can get. I'm already seeing proposals for manufacturing hundreds of drives, expeditions to Alpha Centauri and beyond. It's also overwhelming and worrying. It could take years, decades, before we know what all these side effects of operating a grav drive can be. But no one wants to hear that right now. Like a bunch of pioneers racing towards the edges of the frontier without knowing about the grizzly bears in the mountains.
Sometimes you just gotta face the grizzly bears. Especially, you know, with that whole 50-year countdown on the Earth remaining livable. You kinda have to face grizzly bears or face certain doom. Sometimes you just gotta be bold. Do what's gotta be done. Okay, so we got grav drive effects that way and that way. Interesting that there was a breakthrough panel to get there. Not entirely sure why. Button's broken. Okay, grav drive here too. Cool. Very weird that turns off gravity everywhere. Also here. So it looks like there's just multiple paths down into the grav space. And we're just going to explore all of it.
I would prefer that we both remain light on our feet. You never know what could happen.
Andreja, we are literally floating right now. We are as light on our feet as we possibly could be. Chill. Okay, so this is the elevator shaft. That's B2. And this is where we were. Alright, so let's walk down the stairs. I'm just curious what other opportunities there might be. It's funny because all these walkways are broken, which is unnecessary. Oh, hi guy. Which is unnecessary, considering, you know, we're floating. So, who are you? Unknown. Generic scientist who had a key. Okay. So I guess we're on the bottom floor. And we're just gonna start here, because I got nothing else to do. No other plans. Ah. Right. Okay. Unable to open that. Oh, also, I've taken some damage. I should heal. Boo, more locks. Okay, so this and a single would do it. That and a single would do it for the inner. I have 2 singles to work with. which is good because those two will handle the middle. Okay. So doop and doop. Doopity doop. And doop. Alright. Okay. We have creepy sound effects going on. Hey, Gila, don't do that. Hey, stop it. Stop it. How long has this grav drive been operational here? If no one has supposedly been here in a very long time, at least 100 years, has this grav drive just been operating at full tilt the whole time? Eh. A 0G gimbal floating in 0G. Amusing. Ah, I see. Artifact. I am about as shocked as I possibly could be. Okay, so that's where the thingy is. We're just gonna go elsewhere first. Done. Elsewhere has been done. There were just several paths to go and take the same to get the same place. But of course we have to explore everywhere first. Let's see. You and you. And you.
How quickly can you get that done?
Ma'am, point that thing elsewhere. Okay. That room's done. Okay. Alright, back in the circle. Alright. So we have a button. Release artifacts. We have maintenance key. We have dead guy. Ah, Victor. Who was selling snake oil. Nice. I don't know if that was happenstance loot or if that was put there purposely as a little bit of a joke. Alright. Tell me things. Please be careful whenever running power through the prototype. Secure all loose objects and have researchers empty pockets and remove jewelry, watches, etc. Reminder that the core of the drive contains a specimen that is irreplaceable and all data is under the strictest clearance. Exercise all caution with all research materials and ensure information does not leave this lab. Alright, read me things.
I never actually got to visit your labs back when we were working on the grav drive projects.
Seems like ancient history now. Only thing we're doing these days is launching weather satellites.
Guess this is as good a retirement as any. Now, Project Demeter. You want our help manufacturing scanners to better track these new meteorological patterns we're seeing.
Our guess is that the poles might be naturally shifting, causing some gravitational fluctuations that are throwing off our old models.
Why do you need the scanning tolerances to be so small? What are you trying to find?
I just want to be sure.
I just want it.
It's not like we're doing much these days anyway. The glory days are over. Why not give ourselves a challenge before they write us off in the history books?
That was a very deflecting answer. Ah, they're not going to read this one for me. To Judith, Victor, and Len. As requested, the astrophysics research team has done a full analysis of the data you provided us. The measurements of the Earth's magnetosphere show clear signs of fluctuation, often in correlation to the periods of frequent and large gravity wave spikes emanating from the moon. These gravity waves seem to be affecting the magnetic shield provided by the Earth's inner core and may be affecting the core itself, given the proximity to the source. The data indicates the change rate is increasing exponentially. As our magnetosphere falters, its ability to protect us from the sun's solar winds falter. Beyond the devastating effects of solar radiation, this will lead to something more dire, the sputtering or stripping away of our atmosphere. This has happened before to Mars, a planet studied since the earliest days of space, to see if Earth's possible future. We are afraid this future may be closer than we ever thought imaginable. Some may view this data as normal. There have been historical fluctuations and polarity changes of Earth's core, but it's orders of magnitude greater. We see echoes of previous generations' debates over global warming, and we want the science here to be clear. Like waves in the ocean, these gravity waves rise and eventually crash into the shore, like the shore, like Earth, with devastating consequences. Luke Andrews, Art Chief Scientist. So, their experimentation on the artifact fucked Earth. And whatever happened to Mars in the past probably got fucked by something similar. So, oops. See, I thought they were researching the gravitational effects of the artifact specifically to try to get out of Earth before it died, not the causing of Earth dying.
I know what I'm seeing, Victor. The data coming back from the satellites is very clear. It's the grav drives.
All those jumps from the moon. At this rate, Earth's atmosphere is going to start sputtering out into space.
Can the drives be fixed?
I'm working on some designs that should discreetly solve the problem, under the guise of an emergency update to the fueling pumps.
We're talking about the end of Earth, and you're trying to be subtle about it.
Judith, the last thing we need is people losing faith in grav drive technology. That might be our only option.
To what? Are you seriously saying we should abandon Earth?
The timeline is under 50 years. A blink of an eye for a planet, but more than enough time for a human exodus.
And what do we tell people?
We say it's an act of God, one that science has found a solution for. Time for humanity to take its place in the stars.
You knew, didn't you? You lied to me. All this time, I dedicated my life to this discovery, Victor. And you knew we were going to kill off our planet?
You haven't seen the future I've seen. There's an infinite expanse of promise out there. A meteor could hit Earth, a plague, another world war. Colonizing other galaxies secures humanity's future for all coming generations, across all time.
At at the expense of our home.
Stop it, both of you. All that matters is building enough ships to get everyone off this planet. And we need to start now.
I'll draft up a statement. We'll need to address the entire international community. I'm sorry, Judith.
There isn't a planet in this universe that will be far enough away from you, Victor. We are never speaking again after this is over.
Oof. Oof.
My name is Dr. Victor Isa. And if you're listening to this, then you probably already know the truth. I was young when I first headed the retrieval team of an odd gravitational anomaly on Mars. But I kept what really happened that day hidden from everyone except one other person. Even she didn't believe me at first. But I have no reason to lie to anyone now, so I hope you'll accept this confession, whoever you are. When I touched the anomaly, I experienced 12 days of lost time. I met myself. He told me everything that has since come true. The grav drive equations, the tests on the moon, Earth's atmosphere sputtering away because of what we had done. But he also told me about a city thriving on a planet orbiting a distant star. Human culture, art, music, lifestyles evolving and shining brightly across all of space. What price would I be willing to pay for that future? Maybe you don't believe me. Maybe Judith was right and I'm just a coward who wants to believe his mistakes were justified. But everyone has forgotten about the real origins of the grav drive, this artifact from Mars. I hope you make better use of it than I did.
So he had a drastically different experience with the artifact than others. We get trippy bits and pieces. He got a whole 12 days to talk to himself from the future, who basically told himself to destroy Earth so that humanity can live among the stars. A little extreme. It is interesting that it was 11 years after the previous one. So 11 years after him admitting what he did before finally confessing. Alright.
It is all connected. The artifacts, grav drives, our very existence here in the settled systems. How did we not see it before now?
Yup. Alright, we're pushing the button. Right, getting out of here is going to be a little bit trickier. That's fine. I just need an up. I need an up. That's not an up, but that'll do. Yeah, it's this way.
Is there some compulsion that leads you to do this? Childhood trauma? It is okay to let things go.
Before us, so you might have company.
Oh, okay. Where? Ah, down there, okay.
Grenade in the air! You cannot.
Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. Stupid hitboxes.
Throwing.
Ah, grenade. Ma'am. Jesus, watch those things. Wait, do we have more? Where do... How do... I don't know where the door for this one is. Like there's usually an easy way to get to those types of things, but I don't know where that one is. Also, it's not as easy to actually get out of here. Now that I can't fly.
Perhaps it was nothing.
Yes, perhaps it was nothing.
There's no hiding from me.
I do have powers I could be using. That's a thing. Shield. Sure. Searing hot plasma. Sure, why not? Stairs, yes. I saw that. Rude. Very rude.
Good one.
Your abilities are
Well, grenade. Ma'am! Fucking stop it!
Ah, ears ringing. This is for you.
Ma'am, I would very much appreciate you not throwing grenades at my face anymore, if you could, please. I would appreciate that. Just on principle. I don't recognize this place. But did we just pass through here and I just didn't even notice it? Because we came from here and here. I don't know. I think I just skipped this place entirely. I did. Oh, weird. Ooh. So, I have cellulitis and dislocated limb. Can I make anything to fix that? Do I have anything in my pockets to fix that? I have no idea. Cellulitis, antibiotics, we could make one of those. Immobilizer. Perfect. Okay. There. Fixed all my problems.
You seem to have taken on more than you can carry.
Ma'am?
If you require
Shush.
assistance, please, just say so.
I'm only carrying 300 kilograms. That's fine. It's not a big deal. Relatively low number for me, at least. Oh. Okay. I must have come in here before? Or was this door closed before? Because I know I came in here. I know I looted this place. But I guess I didn't take that path. Ah, noises! True 420. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Alright, we are attempting to get out of here. Hopefully not too much more is trying to kill me. Nothing. Nothing. Okay. What's this way? Actually, can I... Does that work? Hey! That's nice. I wasn't sure what the range was on that. Those two. And those two. Okay.
We cannot just break it open.
Oh. There was someone in there. That's fine. That's fine. There's several someones in there. I see. Hang on, guys. I'm looting. Where'd you guys go? Guys? Gentlemen?
Eclipse them.
Ah.
Why do they even try?
Yeah, I don't think I actually came in here. This attempt at survival. I don't know if I was able to come in here before and I just didn't notice. Huh. Weird. Where are you, bud? I have no idea where he is. We'll find him eventually. This place is a mess. That's a lot of explosives at my feet. I don't feel comfortable with that. Huh. Give. There we go. There's a lot to this facility. Like, this is huge. There's a lot of stuff in this place. I'm pretty sure I came through here. Yeah, this is the rock that I had to walk up. No, this is a different rock. This is a different rock. Alright. Let's see about... What? Who's shooting from where? Where are you shooting from, sir? Where are you shooting from? Are you in here? Oh, you're down here. Okay.
See the light of the stars.
Get shot in the head. Okay, so my current goal is to get out. That's fair. Which I do have to do on foot because my pockets are full. Which is kind of how I tend to operate. I just don't know if there's an easy way out of here, if I'm just going to have to rat my way through the maze and hope for the best. Alright, looks like progress. No one in here trying to kill me? Oh, that's interesting. I was definitely expecting someone to be in here trying to kill me. Button. Anyone outside trying to kill me? Nope. Yep. Just these guys. These losers. Alright. We're gonna do a full save, just in case. We're getting close to the end of the night. I mean, past my normal end time, but I wanted to finish this mission chain and see if we can figure out... I don't know how much is left of the game. I know we're getting close to the end, but I just don't know how much is left.
Do you understand now why I asked you to come here? The artifacts unlocked the secret of interstellar travel, at the cost of Earth.
An easy trade, honestly. Why have one world when you can have all the settled systems?
You know what? We'll have him explain. Just to have exposition.
Every grav drive in the settled systems was built on technology that came from an artifact that was discovered on Mars. But these early drives shook the gravity field surrounding Earth. Eventually, the atmosphere started to slowly sputter away into space. That's why Earth is uninhabitable. The artifact gave the scientists a greater understanding of time and space, but not the wisdom to see where that would lead.
The settled systems wouldn't exist without the artifacts, in other words. We owe what happened here in NASA a great debt.
So, here's the thing. We tinkered with the artifact, not knowing what we were doing, basically causing Earth to die. Unintentionally, of course. Although, in that one scientist's viewpoint, it was intentional because he knew, after having been told by his previous self. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, this is just plot hole speaking. Wouldn't it have been better if his vision of his future self told him, here's what you gotta do, and if you don't do it correctly, you will destroy the planet? So instead, here are some better calculations, here's some better information so you can do it correctly and not destroy the planet, therefore bypassing this whole problem. But whatever, it's fine. We lost our home.
To be fair, we gained much more than just grav drives. Some more than others.
Assuming we weren't going to lose it anyway. War, disease, famine, all the classics.
Don't you see? The power of the artifact forced humanity to the stars. They didn't get to make a choice. How many would have chosen Earth? What gave Victor Isa the right to choose for them?
You see the hypocrisy in what the emissary is saying, right? They don't want to rob people of their free will, but then they steal the artifacts for themselves.
In the wrong hands, the power of the artifacts can make anyone a tyrant. That's why we watch over them. The only thing you're watching out for is yourself.
They're both awful. They could be properly disseminating this information and making sure that people make the right choices and not destroy planets. Instead, they choose to keep it all secret and let people stumble on it for themselves, thus causing problems. You're both wrong. You're both terrible.
Neither seems to be worth trusting. You know your own heart, your own motives. Perhaps that is enough.
Don't be a fool. The emissary and I may have our differences, but you do not want to give us a common enemy.
For once, he's right. Don't do this. We can collect the final pieces together.
Nah, screw you both. You're both horrible. I'm tired of you both.
That, I think, is all you can do. Do not allow these Starborn to dictate your fate.
Well, look at that. The emissary just became my new best friend.
We're gonna have to shoot them both.
You've made your choice. When you're ready, the hunter and I will be at the buried temple. That's where we'll settle things.
Meaning, we'll kill you. But hey, at least we'll wait. The final round doesn't start until there's only one artifact left to gather. And if I'm not mistaken, Constellation has 1 or 2 to go.
I think you may be trying to take a little too much on.
Oh, and they're both gone.
Literally.
So, we are close to the end, according to what just happened. We are very close to the end. However, not close enough that I can finish it tonight. So I'm going to have to call it here. I'm going to have to make it back to my ship at some point, wherever that may be. Ship? Ship. Ship. But yes, we're going to have to call it quits here for tonight. We made quite a bit of progress. We're near the end. Again, I do suspect I know what's coming next, and they've kind of hinted at it pretty significantly. Which means as soon as we finish the game, we should be able to continue in some fashion or another. But that will have to be next time. Also, I need to solve my damn inventory problem. But at the very least, now I am no longer under a time crunch. Previously, I could not play the game myself because I was under the threat of missing Sarah's funeral. So I wanted to wait to do that on stream, which we have done. And I am no longer under any sort of threat of missing a timed event. Which, quite frankly, it's only like the second timed event that's in the whole game, which I appreciate. I don't like timed events very much, because I don't like missing stuff. And the only thing I don't know about what's coming with the end is what progress gets to be kept after we finish. Because I know there's some form of continue after game over, but I don't know how much is kept.
I'm here for you. Should you? I have never been one to shy away
So
from
we'll have to
shouldering my
figure that
share
out the
of a
hard
heavy
way.
load.
Ma'am, shush. We're just gonna have to figure that out the hard way, whenever it's all said and done. I think those. Take that. Take that.
We will speak again soon, I hope.
I don't know. Yeah, we don't even get to see how much is here. Like, we don't get to see, you know, how many we're almost done with or anything like that. Oop. This button. That button. These buttons. That button. These buttons. Duck noises. Right. Okay. I am going to go back and pick up all of my aid. Let's grab all of those. All of those. All of those. Don't need the foods at the moment. Okay. So, that'll be it for Starfield for tonight. I will probably won't be doing this too soon because I got other stuff to do, but I will be doing a lot of like side questing and whatnot in my spare time while I wait for another appropriate moment to stream this. But one more stream should do it, I believe. I could just quickly finish it tomorrow. I'll throw it up for vote, perhaps in Discord. Could just quickly finish tomorrow, get it out of the way, pull that band-aid off. Or I might intersperse some other stuff. We'll see. But that'll be it for tonight. It's a late night, but whatever, it's fine. I don't know who else is still lurking out there, but I appreciate y'all being there. I don't have any other specific plans for the rest of the week, so we're just gonna wing it. That's all I got. Thank y'all for coming. I'll see you next time. Bye.